To me. So a little bit more, one more big section, a little section, not even a big section, but one more section in chapter 11. And I'm going to go through this pretty quickly because we're going to see this again in just a bit in the review. So just kind of want to get through what we have to get through before we go on to our very last section. So the last piece of chapter 7 is to talk about some alternate land conveyances. And what we mean by this is not all properties transfer through the conventional methods that we have been discussing this far. So we may run into some other situations, some alternate situations. You know, guys, remember, bottom line, as long as it's legal and the parties agree to it, then they can agree to whatever they want to. So some of these things may come up. But just, remember your resources, your firm, your clients' attorneys. We're going to talk a lot about attorneys in this section, getting them involved. So to finish this, we're going to talk about installment land contracts, option to purchases, and preemptive rights, our alternate or alternative conveyance methods. So first up, we have installment land contracts. And with an installment land contract, the buyer's paying the seller the purchase price, but they're not doing it in one lump sum. They're doing it in installments. They're making payments to the seller. With an installment land contract, think about it like buying a house on layaway. We know how layaway works, right? You get your stuff, you take it to the counter, you make payments on it. When you make that last payment, you get your stuff. Same thing here. You get the house, you make the payments on it, and when you make the last payment, then you get the deed. So with the installment land contract, the buyer's paying the seller in these installments. The buyer gets equitable title, which just means possession. They have the right to live there as if they owned it outright. The seller is going to keep the legal title though. And when that last payment is made, then the deed transfers hands and that legal title goes to the buyer. So we got a couple different things going on. Not only is the buyer buying and the seller selling, but in a sense, the seller's acting as the lending institution. So instead of paying a lender, the buyer's paying the seller. Just real quick, seller financing. The buyer's also paying the seller, making payments, paying the seller directly in seller financing. The difference between the two is when the deed changes hands. So with the seller financing, the deed changes hands at closing, and then the buyer or the new owner makes payments to the old owner. With this one, the deed's changing hands when that last payment is made. So we said seller and buyer, but as you can imagine, they have formal official names. The vendor is the giver of the installment land contract, or the seller. They're the ones giving that contract to the buyer. The vendee then is the receivee of the installment land contract. So again, the seller's selling, the buyer's buying, and the vendor is acting as the financing device. And that third piece of it here, with the seller being the financing device, is what makes this a more unique transaction. Because of this third piece, because the buyer's paying the seller directly, we cannot use our pre-printed offer to purchase and contract. As a matter of fact, we don't have any pre-printed forms for this situation. So what are we doing? Remember, we just said we're going to get our attorneys involved. We've got to get an attorney involved to draft up these installment land contracts. 2T doesn't cover buyer paying the seller in installments, so it won't fit this situation. There is a rule, chapter 50, 47H, contracts for deed. We don't need to know specific, well, the chapter, but there are a few things that the chapter directs us with installment land contracts. And guys, remember, attorneys are involved. So they know this stuff and they know to do these things. The first thing that this chapter tells us is that the seller has to record that installment land contract within 5 business days of execution. This prevents the shady seller from selling it out from underneath the buyer. So the shady seller can't sell it because this installment land contract is recorded. So if they try to sell it to somebody else, that somebody else's attorney is going to do the title search and they're going to find this and they're going to say, whoa, whoa, whoa. So that's a good rule, I think. The other big thing about the installment land contract is that in the event of a default, in other words, if the buyer stops paying, if they miss a payment, the seller's got to give them 30 days to cure that default. If they haven't cured the default on day 31, then the seller can begin legal proceedings like summary ejectment to get this person out of their home. This is a huge benefit for the seller, is that they get to keep that title. So in the event the buyer defaults, the buyer stops paying, the seller still has the title and they can, if need be, proceed with removing them, but they have to give them those 30 days. I always say there's pluses and minuses to everything, and installment land contracts are no different. So let's talk about the buyer, the vendee first. Some advantages to the buyer. This could be an alternative means of financing if this is a hard to finance buyer. Maybe their credit score is not great. Maybe they've recently had some medical bills in their recent history, and a lender is not willing to or able to work with them. If the seller is, then that could be a huge advantage to the buyer. The buyer's going to have lower down payments. Again, they're purchasing it, just not in one lump sum. They're doing so in installments. Buyer may have lower closing costs. And because the buyer's got that equitable title, they have that possession and they're living there, there's a good chance they're paying taxes. And if they are, then they have some tax advantages as well. The big disadvantage to the buyer is that they go in default and they can't cure it within 30 days. Again, the seller still has the title. And if that buyer doesn't leave on day 31, then the seller can go through summary ejectment and have that buyer removed. If the buyer defaults, the seller doesn't owe them any money that they've already paid. The seller's going to keep money that they've already received, kind of like our lenders, right? If you're paying Wells Fargo and then you default and they go into foreclosure, you don't get that money back. So there's just those same similar harsh remedies. We're just not dealing with Wells Fargo, we're dealing with the seller. The title may not be clear. So from the time the installment land contract begins to when that last payment ends, the seller, may have put something on the title. So before that deed changes hands, once that last payment's made, the buyer's encouraged to hire an attorney and do the thorough title search to make sure that the title that they're getting ready to get on this last payment is clear. I got a question about a contract for purchase of land. T2T is not best for that. Just for land, we have offer to purchase and contract vacant lot and land, 12T. 2T is just for resale. Or best for resale, I should say. Pluses and minuses for the seller. They still own it. Maybe they're paying taxes. Whomever's paying taxes can take advantage of some tax advantages, some tax benefits. The big thing for the seller is they get to keep that legal title until that last payment's made. Of course, if the buyer default, the seller doesn't have to give any money back. And just like this might be an only way for a buyer with poor credit to buy, this might also be a way for a seller with a hard to sell property to sell. A home that needs lots and lots of work takes a special person, somebody with the tools, the know-how, Do you guys know those people that I got a guy for that? Those are good candidates that they got a guy for everything. They're good candidates for for a home that needs lots and lots of work. So it might be something that the two need each other. The buyer can't get financing, the seller has a hard to sell property, so maybe the two need each other and we can work this out. The big disadvantage to the seller is if they need all this money right now, then they won't be able to do the installment land contract because it could be they're getting it, it could be 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, right? However, the parties agree to that. So they're going to be paid small payments instead of one lump sum. And then if that buyer defaults and the seller has to start the summary ejectment process to have them removed, those legal costs could add up. So let me ask you guys a question, and you can shake your head yes or no. You're a listing agent and you receive an offer on your listing for an installment land contract. Do you have to present it to your seller? And the answer is yes. Because which contracts do we present to, which offers do we present to our sellers? All of them. And that includes an offer to do an installment land contract. So if some of these comes in, guys, I just don't have the authority to say we're not doing that. If we get one of these in, we say, let me talk to my seller. We present it to my seller. My seller's got 3 choices. Questions on the installment land contract? Another alternate conveyance method is the option to purchase. Let's back up for just 1 second before we look at this. Let's back up. When we first met each other, we talked about unilateral and bilateral contracts. And we said most of what we did is bilateral. Remember, in contract world, lateral means side. So in a bilateral contract, 2 sides have to perform. In a unilateral contract, only 1 side has to perform. The option to purchase is our example of a unilateral contract. There's only one promise. There's only 1 side that has to perform. So let's talk about what's going on with these. With an option to purchase, the optionor or the giver of the option is the owner or the seller. The optionee is the potential buyer. With an option to purchase, the buyer has not agreed to buy. The two have only negotiated the buyer to explore their option to decide if they want to buy. So we have an option period. The buyer's not committed. The buyer can walk away, they can buy, they don't have to buy. While they are in this option period, the buyer is investigating and inspecting and determining at the end of this option period, do I want to buy or don't I want to buy? If they don't want to buy, they're not out anything. The end of the option period is over. If they do buy, if they do want to buy after the option period, then the option becomes a bilateral agreement. Now the seller promises to sell and the buyer promises to buy. The only promise made during an option to purchase or for an option to purchase, the promise is made by the seller. And basically what the seller's promising is that they will not sell their property to anybody else during this option period. And that's what makes it unilateral. That's the only promise. The seller says, during this option period, I won't sell to anybody else. The buyer has not committed to the seller. So the fact that it's a unilateral contract, a unilateral agreement, is one pretty unique thing about these. Another unique thing about these, all of our contracts require consideration. Remember our essential elements? Consideration is an essential element. But check it, the option, they actually have 2 forms of consideration. And a legally binding option requires both forms. So we're going to negotiate the terms. If the buyer buys, if they decide to buy, we've already agreed to the terms that they will buy under. So we're going to agree on the purchase price and the dates. And that's pretty much what it's saying. At the end of the option period, if I decide to buy, then these are the terms that I'm going to buy it under. So the purchase price is still a form of consideration. But then the second form of consideration is the option fee. I think a common question on our brains right now is, what in the world would make a seller agree to not sell during, is it 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years? It's whatever the parties agree to. And what would make a seller agree not to sell is money. Money talks. Option fees are paid directly from the buyer to the seller for the buyer to have that option. If the buyer buys, that option fee will be credited to them. If they don't, then they have paid the seller to not sell their home to anybody else during this time. So both forms are required. If we don't have both, and we don't have a legally binding contract. At the end of the option period, or excuse me, during the option period, the optionee again is the buyer, the potential buyer. They don't have title, they don't have legal interest, they don't live there, they can't collect rent, they can't profit from the property. They're just investigating it. And again, at the end of the option, if they do agree to purchase, then we've already agreed to the terms in which the buyer will buy. And that's how we enter into these things. If I decide to buy your property, then these are the terms that we're going to move forward with. Now, sounds an awful lot like due diligence period, doesn't it? And it's very similar. But again, we're not under contract yet. We're not in a bilateral agreement. We've just agreed for the buyer to have that option to explore, that option to decide if they want to buy. So the optionor, the seller, the owner, gives up the right to sell during this time. They can't sell to anybody else, and they also can't withdraw their offer. Once the seller is in the option, they are in until the buyer decides to buy or not. They can't change their mind. They can't back out. Probably no surprise. 2T, not even a little bit. Not even. Again, I don't have a pre-printed form for an option. So once again, we have attorneys involved. They're going to be drafting these documents up for the parties. And with the option, statute of frauds and Connor Act applies. So the option has to be in writing and signed by all parties, so it's enforceable. Connor Act says it has to be recorded. Again, this just prevents the shady seller from selling the property out from underneath the buyer during the option period. Somebody else buys or attempts to buy, closing attorney does the title search, they come across this option and they say, whoa. So the whole reason we record is to protect parties' interests. And in this case, we're protecting the interest of the optionee, the potential buyer. So also with an option, we're going to call our attorneys. I love my little phone. Is it ringing for you guys? Do you see it shaking? Okay. Sample of what? Listing agents. You have a property on the market and an offer comes in. Buyer wants to do an option. Do you have to present that to your seller? Yes, because we present all offers. Present the offer to your seller. They have 3 choices. We do not have a sample option to purchase because there is no pre-printed form. So we have to have an attorney draft up the option agreement.
Does the statute of frauds apply to the installment land contract?
Say it again.
Does the statute of frauds apply to the seller or the installment land contract that we talked
Yeah.
about?
Yeah, I believe so. Because statute of fraud says any documents that anything that's conveying an interest in real estate has to be in writing. So all of our sales contracts, statute of fraud say, yeah, we got to put that in writing. Yep. The last one that we're going to talk about are preemptive rights. And I got two different types of preemptive rights. But before we get into the types, let's back up and talk about what the heck a preemptive right is. And a preemptive right, it just contractually gives the person, somebody, the first right to purchase. Maybe you want to buy, but I'm not ready to sell. Maybe I want to sell, but you're not ready to buy. If we enter into a preemptive right, if I decide to sell or you decide to buy, we're legally obligated to come to each other first. So that's what we're doing with a preemptive right. I'm not ready to sell just yet, but when I am, this preemptive right says I must come to you first because we have this legal, this agreement. So our first preemptive right is called right of first refusal. And with the right of first refusal, the homeowner gives the contracting party with the preemptive right the opportunity to match a legitimate offer. So whenever an offer comes in, the owner can't respond until they go to that party that has the right of first refusal. If they can match that offer, then the right of first refusal says that they have to decide to sell to that contracting party. If they can't or they don't want to, they've come to them first. That first person said no. That contracting right said no. They've come to them first. So now they're clear. You said no, we're clear. Now I'm free to sell it to this person that brought me an offer. You know, there's a couple good examples. Let's say, for example, you own the vacant corner lot next door. And you don't want to buy the vacant corner lot next door. You don't really care about the vacant corner lot next door, but you don't want a DG Market to come in next door. You know how quickly those things pop up? Have you guys noticed this? They just come up, show up in the middle of the night, right? So you don't want to own it, but you don't want Dollar General to own it either. You don't want Sheetz to come in either. So you enter into a preemptive right of first refusal with the owner of the land. Dollar General makes them an offer. They're legally obligated to come to you first to match that offer. Guess it depends on how bad you want Dollar General next door. So right of first refusal. My Winston-Salem people, Howard's Winston, I know. Who else is Winston? Zach's Winston when you're here, right? Right. If you guys ever get the opportunity to show property in Old Salem, I say jump on it. Y'all know people live in Old Salem? Yeah, they like live there. And if you ever get the opportunity, go. If something ever comes on the market, go. Because outside they look like Old Salem. But once you cross the threshold through the front door, it's a whole new world. It's totally modern. It's like literally walking through time. Really cool, really nice houses. Old Salem Inc. has a right of first refusal. So whenever you're buying a property in Old Salem, it has to run through Old Salem Inc. first. And they tell you this in the MLS remarks, so you're not surprised. They usually encourage you to get more due diligence time too, because we got to wait for the next meeting. We got to get it approved. It has to go through the process. So they do assist. But I've noticed that with everything for sale in Old Salem I've ever seen, it says Old Salem Inc. has a right of first refusal. The other preemptive right is a right of first opportunity to purchase. Let's see, I'm sorry. This is if someone owns the property. That's right. The owner has a first right of refusal. You have a contracting party. You make me an offer. I have to come to you, the right of first refusal first. So somebody owns the property and we have an offer come in, and before they can agree, they have to go to the contracting party first. The other preemptive right then is the right of first opportunity to purchase. And with this, we don't have to match a bona fide offer. All we have to do is say, if an offer comes in, the contracting party should be able to step up. They should have that first right of opportunity to purchase. I think the best example where we might see this is a tenant that's lived there for many, many, many years. You know, the tenant may wanted to have bought the home 10 years ago, but the landlord didn't want to sell because, you know, I'm collecting rent every month, you know? So we could enter into a right of first opportunity to purchase. When the landlord is ready to sell, they have to go to the tenant first. They have to offer it to the tenant first. And we'll negotiate the price. We'll decide all that. But again, all we're saying, back up, you guys, all we're saying with a preemptive right is that you have to go to somebody else first. Somebody has a preemptive right. They have a right to be there. Questions on our preemptive rights?
Okay, I'm sorry. Owner gives contracting party the first opportunity to purchase at a price to be determined. When is that price determined?
When I say I'm ready to sell,
Okay, so
I
it's
just
not
have to come to you first.
now, say, when the market's, say, low.
Yeah.
And then when the market gets really high, 5 years down the road, I go to this guy and say, okay,
Now,
property, it's
yeah,
okay, thank you.
yeah. And then you say, okay, well, what terms would you sell? And I'd say, well, let's negotiate, you know, and if we get, I'm not saying I'm going to sell you my house, but I'm just saying I have to come to you first before I put it on the market, before I make it available to anybody else. I have to come to you first. And that's our alternate conveyance methods. Any questions on those three? And then our last section, whenever you take a post class or a CE class, expect to see some kind of license status updates, education issues. Y'all, every single year, tens of thousands of agents have their license go inactive or expired for a minute or two because they forget to renew, because they forget to do CE. So if you're kind of tired of hearing about this, I say that's good, but there's a reason why they keep going over and over and over again. Because I would hate to work at the Real Estate Commission on July 1st when everybody wakes up with an expired license or when people wake up with an inactive license. Their phone is probably blowing up. I forgot to do CE. Can't you just give me an active? I forgot to pay. Can't you just? So it's important that we make sure that we keep our licenses current and active. Y'all, you worked really hard for that little piece of paper, didn't you? Let's keep it. Now that you have it, let's keep it. So let's talk about how you can keep it. So we're going to explain the difference between current and expired. We're going to talk about active and inactive. And then we're going to talk about you guys, but I'm not going to talk about you behind your back. I'm going to talk about my PBs straight to you. And then we're going to talk about CE. So the first, when it comes to your license status, the first question you need to ask yourself is my license current or expired? Can anyone tell me what makes you current versus expired? What's the one thing that sets you apart here?
Is it money?
It is money. When you guys see the word current, can you guys like plays on words? When you see the word current, how about instead we see the word currency? If your license is current, it means you have paid the renewal fee. Failure to pay the renewal fee by the stroke of midnight on July 1st means your license is expired. So step one, pay the fee. The Real Estate Commission operates on a physical year, not a calendar year, but a physical year. And their physical year is July 1st to June 30th. Every single one of our licenses expire at 11:59 p.m. on June 30th, unless we pay the renewal fee. The renewal fee is due, payable, if you will, May 15th to June 30th. Every year is the renewal period. So we have from May 15th to June 30th to pay the renewal fee. Failure to pay the fee means at the stroke of midnight on July 1st, your license is expired. Can you practice on an expired license? No. Oh, yes, yes, yes. So the first question to ask yourself is, did I pay the fee? Y'all, if you miss the renewal period, it's because you're not paying attention to your email, you're not paying attention to your BIC, you're not paying attention to the Real Estate Commission. They let you know, they email you, they stop sending little postcards, thank goodness. Your BIC will get on you. I'm not going to say they're a little obnoxious about it, but tens of thousands of people forget to pay each year. So they're a little obnoxious about it. And if you forget, I'm going to advise that you pay attention to your email going forward so you don't forget again next year, right? I get the email on May 15th. My BIC starts on us on May 15th. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I do it, just get them off my back by May 16th, you know? So as soon as they open that window, go ahead and pay them. Last year and the year before, and quite frankly, as far as I can remember, the renewal fee has been $45. Heads up, there is some noise that it is on the table to renew, to up our renewal fee to $50 this year. I don't know that for sure. We'll know for sure on May 15th. But y'all, I've been licensed since 2008 and it's been $45. So if they go up $5 this year, that's really not too bad. They do that every what? However many years that is, 16, 18, or 14 years, whatever. So pay the renewal fee between May 15th and June 30th. Paying that fee makes your license current. I'm going to write that word here. So when we see current, it means we have shown them the money. Your current license can be one of two statuses. Your current license can be active, which means you paid the fee, so you're current. And the next piece of it is asked if your education is complete. For you guys, you're active if you're affiliated with a broker in charge. If you're not, you're inactive. All of us are current, whether you're active or inactive. So as a provisional broker, you're up to date on your education, your renewal fee is paid. As a full broker, you've done your CE on time. And then the other step for our PBs is you got to be affiliated with a broker in charge. Once you drop that provisional status, all you have to do every year is pay the fee and do CE. Once you drop that provisional status, fee and CE, it rhymes in everything, right?
Once you drop the provisional status, and you can still, sorry, I just forgot my question. Oh, you don't have to be affiliated to be active once you drop.
Right, that's right.
provisional.
Once you drop that provisional status, you can be on your own. You just have to send in a submission form, submission of activation form. They'll talk about that in 303 if you haven't done that yet, but you'll have to activate yourself. It doesn't just happen automatically. And then remember, you could be a sole practitioner or open your own firm if you have experience. But yeah, you don't have to be on your own or you can be on your own as a full broker. It's just the PB that's got to be affiliated to be active. Yep. So a current license can be active. A current license can also be inactive. It's current, which means you paid the fee. But it's inactive because you didn't do CE on time or you didn't complete post licensing on time. You could also be inactive because you're a PB without a BIC. You could also be inactive by choice. You could ride for the rest of your life on an inactive license. Maybe you think real estate is going to take a back burner for a bit. Maybe you got to take a break, starting a new career, starting a new family, taking care of, elderly parents. For whatever reason, real estate's taking a back seat. As long as you're still sending in $45 or $50, whatever the renewal fee is, as long as you're still sending that in every year, you could ride for the rest of your life on an inactive license. I'm going to tell you why in a second, why I suggest you consider doing that. So please bear with me. Provisional brokers. If you do not do your post licensing within, how long do you have to do post? How many months after your license? Let's see Gwen's mouse moving. Yeah.
I think it's 18 months.
Yep, that's your 18 months. So whenever you got your license, y'all look at your license. There's a date on your license. That date starts your 18-month clock. And if you don't do post within those 18 months, then your license is inactive until you get it done. So you were active working with a buyer and a seller. You don't do post in time, you go inactive. Can you get paid on an inactive license? Nope. Active is the only thing that we can get paid on. So we want to keep that license active. Even if you want referral fees, you can only be paid referral fees on an active license. So you're inactive. Maybe you're inactive for a couple months. Maybe you're inactive for a couple years. Maybe you're inactive for 15 years. You've been sending that renewal fee in every year. You've ridden on an inactive license and you wake up one day and you say, hey, I want to activate. You are current. So the next question is, do you have any education deficiency? If you've been inactive, but you've still been doing CE, you can do CE on an inactive license. So you're inactive, but you're still doing CE, which means you don't have a deficiency. You submit that license activation form that we just mentioned, and then poof, you're active again. If you're inactive for less than 2 years with a CE deficiency, they're going to make you get caught up on CE. They're going to make you take this year's CE update and elective, and then they make you go back and take an extra elective or two just to get the education. If you have a CE deficiency and you're inactive for more than 2 years, you'll have to do this year's CE, both update and elective. And then within 6 months of activation, you have to complete 2 of post-licensing classes. The good news is you can pick your favorite 2. They don't tell you which ones to do. So pick which ones you like the most and go back and take that post-licensing again. Guys, real estate changes so much, so fast. If you've missed 2 years of CE, you've missed a lot. So they're going to make you get caught up on some education. I always say, if you're going to go inactive, obviously, everybody good with that? You're paying the fee. That's why you've been inactive. But if you're going to go inactive for a while, consider doing CE at least every other year. And that way, when you're ready to activate, you don't have the CE deficiency. if you find yourself in this situation, you've been inactive and you're ready to reactivate, I always say best bet is to reach out to the real estate commission, and they can look your record up and tell you exactly how many electives you need to do. Do you need to do post licensing? They can let you know for sure. So whenever you're ready to reactivate, just contact the commission. Questions on reinstating an inactive license? If you let your license expire, expired means you didn't pay the fee. You didn't show them the money. You let your license expire, or you get it suspended for a period of time, and you're ready to reinstate that expired or suspended license. What you have to do to reinstate depends on how long you were expired or suspended. If you're expired for less than 6 months, you pay the renewal fee, you pay a reinstatement fee, and poof, you're active again. So you wake up on July 1st and you go, are you kidding me? I forgot to pay the fee. You've got to be joking me. Contact the commission, send them the amount times 2, either 90 or 100, depending on how much it is, and you're fine. You're up and running again. If you're expired for 6 months to 2 years, you're going to have to pay the fee, renewal fee, and a reinstatement fee. And then again, you have choices. Within 6 months, you have to come back and complete a post-licensing class of your choice. Pick your favorite. Or you go back to the testing center and sit for your state exam again. Sounds like everybody's going to post-licensing, hey? Good news is you can pick your favorite. Check out what happens if you're expired for more than 2 years. You have to start all over on day 1 on pre-licensing. See why I told y'all to pay the fee every year? Ride for the rest of your life on an inactive license. Even if you think you're done with real estate, I mean, what's 45, 50 bucks a year? If we're looking at the big picture here, to keep you out of pre-licensing again, to keep you out of having to start over. That means pre-licensing, the state exam, provisional broker, post-licensing. I mean, that's literally starting over from day 1. So even if you think you're done with real estate, the suggestion is at a minimum, you still pay the fee and remain inactive so we can keep you out of pre. What do y'all think about that? Is it worth it? I mean, I can't answer that for you, but you know, it blows my mind how many times I have people in pre-licensing that are in this situation. The last one I taught in person before the pandemic, I had two that were expired for I don't know how long. And they called the commission and said, hey, I'm ready to get back at it. What do I need to do? And the commission said, find you a good real estate school. I've kept up with them. I want to make sure they're both still at it because I don't want them to go through that again. I've actually heard instructors say that they told their family that if they're on life support and the renewal fee the renewal period rolls around, please pay that on my behalf, just in case. You know? Stay inactive. And guys, I mean, life happens. Life happens. And you very well could come to a fork in the road where you're questioning if real estate is right for you right here, right now. So just take this stuff into consideration. Questions on current, expired, active, or inactive?
I have another question.
Mhm.
So you don't have to be BIC in charge in order to use your license. I mean, in order to I mean, do you have to be affiliated before you can use your license?
So you could create your own firm
But
and
then you
run
have to
under
be
a
a
firm,
BIC. Do you have to be
or you affiliate with a firm. You could also go as a sole practitioner, but as a sole practitioner, you're pretty much a referring agent because there's a couple things you can't do. And one of those things is advertise your services. So it's pretty much referral basis only. So you have some options.
But if you want to create your own firm, you have to be a BIC.
Or you got to hire a BIC. One
Okay.
or the other. You got to have a BIC with a firm, correct? So if you're creating your own, you either make yourself BIC or you find you one. Current license, current status, I should say, means you have shown them the money. A current license has everything to do with money. It has nothing to do with education. Questions on that? Let's talk about you guys. I call you guys my brokers with training wheels. Y'all can ride your bikes. You just can't do it without your training wheels. Your training wheels, I guess, is what y'all call your BIC. As a provisional broker, it's an entry-level status. The reason we have this entry-level status in North Carolina is so unique in so many ways. Other states will allow agents to become sales associates first, get some experience, and then graduate and become brokers. North Carolina, we skipped that whole sales associate mess and we just let everybody be brokers. So because we don't have that sales associate, they have the provisional status, which is just saying it's an entry-level status. You're just getting started, you're just getting in. In order to drop that provisional status, you have to complete your 90 hours of post-licensing. There's a good amount of you that are on number 3, right? You're done after Saturday. Larissa's done, Gwen's done, Addie's done. So Howard's got one more. You're getting there, Howard. You're so close. Hang in there. So yeah, once you do those 3 and pass the tests, that's all you have to do to drop that provisional status. Sometimes people do it within the first couple weeks. Sometimes people are ready to start working and you're trying to work post licensing around working with buyers and sellers. All I have to say to you is don't let that 18 months get away from you. Because as we just said, failure to complete post within 18 months means your license is inactive until you get it done, even if you were in the throes of a transaction. That 18-month clock starts of your date of licensure. So you guys have to have a BIC, you have to have your training wheels in order to be active. Once you're affiliated, once you have a BIC, you guys can do pretty much anything that a full broker can do. You can list, you can work with buyers, you can negotiate, you can go to closing, right? You can do all that because you are under the direct supervision of a broker in charge. Post licensing is not CE. CE is not post licensing. They're 2 different things. They're 2 different departments down at the Real Estate Commission. Post licensing, as we said, is for entry level agents. CE is for everybody across the state. So you can't get credit for post by doing CE. You can't get credit for CE by doing post. You guys might be surprised how many times that comes up. I just finished post. Don't I get CE elective credit? No, you get post licensing credit. That's what you get. So then we have CE. We do 8 hours of CE a year. 4 of those hours is an update course. Update course is the same for all brokers across the state. It's like one of the opportunities a year that the commission has to get all of us the same information. There are 2 update courses. Make sure you take your appropriate one. The general update or the gen up is for PBs and full brokers. The broker in charge update or the BIC up is for BIC eligible and designated broker in charge. If a BIC took gen up, they wouldn't get update credit. So you've just wasted 4 hours, right? So make sure you're taking the right update course, whatever your status is. And then in addition to the update course, we do 4 hours of elective. The elective is a topic of your choosing. So whatever they may offer, I always like to use the elective to maybe enhance my career. Do you have a niche? Do you have something you want to learn something more about, something you want to get more knowledge? I'm going to throw this out there, and you might be able to prove me wrong, but it's going to take you a while to prove me wrong. Y'all ready? Pick a topic. Think of something. Think of a topic in real estate. There's a really good chance there's an elective course out there for it. There are a ton of elective topics. So we can it's like that 2 birds, 1 stone thing, right? You can get your 4-hour elective credit and get some material, some information to help grow your career. If you guys go to the commission's website, ncrec.gov, they have an education tab. And under the education tab is continuing education. And you can search elective classes offered all across the state. And today, many of them are Zoom. So it the pandemic really opened up the window for us for things that we can take. So I encourage you to be selective about the topic. Use it to your advantage. You have to do it anyway, you guys. So use it to your advantage. So we have to do 8 hours every year. When is our CE deadline? Every single year?
June 10th.
I'm seeing mouse move, and I heard June 10th, June 10th, June 10th. Let's call this a time is of the essence. June 10th is our CE deadline every year. The Real Estate Commission, remember we just said their physical year is July 1st to June 30th. So we have July 1st to June 30th, with the renewal period being May 15th to June 30th. The renewal period, we're saying, is when we renew. And we renew our license by showing them the money. We renew our license by paying that renewal fee between May 15th and June 30th. Within the renewal period is the deadline for CE. But please listen to me. CE for the year usually becomes available about July or August. So you don't have to wait until the renewal period. You don't have to wait until June 10th to do CE. There's a very common misconception out there. And the commissions, they've put a lot out about this lately. Have you guys seen the e-bulletin the last couple months? I know they had an article a month or 2 ago about this. I saw it from Winston-Salem Board of Realtors the other day. You don't have to wait until the renewal period to do CE. All you have to do during the renewal period is pay the fee. I say the sooner, the earlier in the commission year that you can knock out CE, you're done, and you're practicing with the current information. You're practicing with the current material. So whenever schools start offering CE, I mean, many of us, next week, real estate's going to start slowing down a bit because we got Thanksgiving coming. And then after that is Christmas. I didn't say it stopped, but we're going to see it slow down just a bit. You got a serious buyer if they want to go out looking in the month of December. I'm just saying, So real estate tends to slow down just a bit around the holidays until the first of the year. Isn't that a great opportunity to knock out your CE? Isn't that a great opportunity to get it done? So you're completed and you're finished by the time the spring market hits. The suggestion is you get it done sooner rather than later. Y'all, please don't wait until June 10th. There's no extensions. Well, let me rephrase that. They may grant an extension, but it's for a hardship. And I got busy and I forgot is not a hardship. A hardship is something like active military deployment, for example. So the sooner you can do it, put it behind you and don't have to worry about it. June 11th to June 30th is a blackout period, which means no school can offer CE classes for credit. You can take the class, but you're not going to get CE credit. Everybody is renewing their license. There's about 100,000 licensees, active, inactive, PB, and full. About 100,000 licensees in this state that are renewing during this time. The firm has to renew during this time. Real estate instructors have to renew. Real estate schools have to renew. There's a lot going on down there between May 15th and June 30th. And y'all, there's like 60 people that work at the commission. So that's their busy season. They put this blackout period on CE, so they have time to process everybody. So when their new year starts on July 1st, we're all current and active. Does that make sense? Please, please, please don't wait until June 10th. If you're doing CE on June 10th via Zoom and you wake up that morning and a car hit the pole down the street, knocked the power out or knocked the internet out, you better be going. I've had students sit in McDonald's parking lot before getting on McDonald's Wi-Fi so they can get into class. You know, what if you're going in person and you wake up that morning and you have a flat tire? A lot can happen. And if you wait till June 10th, game over. Y'all want some good news? Sure you do. Once again, my newbies. First renewal period you hit, all you have to do is pay the fee. You don't have to do CE your first renewal period. So what I say to you, draw yourself a timeline. Somebody tell me when you got your license. What month?
August.
You got your license in August. Thank you. So I want you to draw a timeline. We know the renewal period is May 15th to June 30th. We know the deadline of CE is within that renewal period. You got your license in August. So if you get your license in August, the first time you hit May 15th, you don't have to do CE. You do have to pay the fee. Always pay the fee. Head bobs. Because if you don't pay the fee, then your license is expired. So always pay the fee. When in doubt, send them money. They'll figure it out. But you don't have to do CE your first renewal period. You wouldn't have to do CE, August until the next year. So you get the year off. The thinking is you just got out of pre, you're in or just finishing up post. Y'all have been bombarded with the current information. You can do CE, but you don't have to.
Miss Julie,
Yes.
so even if I did, since I don't have to do it next year, I don't have to do it to 2026.
Okay.
If I did it in 2025, there would be no need to do it because that wouldn't count for 2026. No.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So yeah.
I mean, you could do it for your own knowledge, you know what I'm saying? But you wouldn't
Yeah.
get, you
Credit
wouldn't
for
get CE credit. Yeah.
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 Okay. Thank you.
They'll let us, if you do 2 electives in a year, they'll let you carry over an elective to the next year. So there may be, Celeste, you might be able to have a carryover. When you guys start getting into, we call it our alphabet soup. You ever meet agents that have a whole bunch of initials after their name and you wonder what all that means? You guys are going to start looking at certifications and designations, maybe things to enhance your career, get you your credentials or your alphabet soup. And a lot of those classes will also offer elective credit. So if you get into some of those designations and certifications, then that could be your elective for this year, and you might even have a carryover depending on how many they are. But yeah, you can do it your first year, but it would just be for your own benefit.
Let's show
CE blackout period is June 11th to June 30th. And what that blackout period says is that nobody can get credit for taking CE. You can take a CE class, but you're not going to get credit because they cut that off on June 10th. So June, yeah, after June 11th to June 30th. And again, I always say, I hope they get temp help down there, right? Because everybody's renewing. Like I said, there's like 60 people that work down in Raleigh. I mean, it just kind of makes my head spin a little bit. I hope they have good systems in place, and that's a lot to process and a lot to renew. Questions on CE post licensing? You guys? All right, let's go ahead, take our first break. Come back, we're just trucking right along. I didn't get my timer again tonight. I think that's the second time this week I've done that. welcome back. So to officially wrap up chapter 11, this isn't your question, that's chapter 14. Go ahead and set your chats to private. I'm going to throw you some chapter 11 questions. Everybody ready? Tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. All right, I hear from everybody. There he goes in. There he is. Okay. We're good. The amount of due diligence fee is determined by buyer and seller. Parties agree to that amount. Nobody sets it. Nobody gives any kind of, as you guys know, suggestion or recommendations. It's all negotiable. It's whatever the buyer's willing to offer and the seller's willing to accept. And like we were talking about last night, it might depend on the market. It might depend on how badly your buyer wants this property or don't want this property. There's so many factors in there. You know, one thing I've learned over the years when working with buyers, a lot of what we're doing is helping them determine their risk. How much are you willing to lose if you don't get to buy this house, if you decide not to buy this house? And that's a heck of a question to think about, right? How much are you willing to lose? But you know, you got people out there. I could take this call. I could say, all right, guys, who's with me? Let's go to Vegas this weekend. Come on, who's coming with me? Some of you will, some of you won't. Others of you, I may say, let's go to Sheets and get $1 scratch off ticket. And you're like, nope, not doing that either. You know, so there's just people have different, right? Different levels of risk. And that's part of what we need to help our buyers determine, right? This is the whole thing of letting them decide what they want to offer, wanting them to decide those terms. Like I said, I can't control the market. I wish I could, but I have zero control over the market. So all I can do is best advise my clients on how to navigate this current market, where we are right here, right now. Questions on this? Is Vegas too far away? Would y'all do Cherokee? Would that be more reasonable? No, I'm scared. All right. Private chat. A, B, C, or D? So a North Carolina provisional broker obtained an offer for a property listed with his firm, along with the check for the earnest money deposit. The provisional broker should get it over to your BIC. PBs cannot walk around with somebody else's money. Whenever you're handed somebody's money, PBs, you must get it to your BIC. As a full broker, You can still get it to your BIC. Let them be responsible for it. Questions on this one? A, B, C, or D? So per standard form 2T, which of the following remedies best describes the earnest money deposit and the due diligence fee? When we're talking about remedies, it means somebody's breached. So we're trying to figure out who's going to get an event of breach. And 2T defines the earnest money deposit and the due diligence fee as the seller's remedies in the event of the buyer's breach. The seller's liquidated damages are their sole and exclusive remedy. All the seller gets. And guys, always remember, the buyer's not in breach until after due diligence. Because while we're in due diligence, they're still in that easy exit period. Terminate for any reason or no reason at all. So liquidated damages are defined as money damages that the parties agree to upon contract formation. We negotiate the earnest money, we negotiate the due diligence, and if the buyer terminates for any reason after due diligence, they are in breach, and the liquidated damages are awarded to the seller. Compensatory damages are money damages also, and those are those money damages meant to make the party whole again. Compensatory damages is a buyer's remedy for the seller's breach. So if the seller breaches, the buyer can go after the seller for the money that they have spent as a part of this transaction. With compensatory damages, I always think of receipts and invoices. I can prove I paid a due diligence fee. I can prove I paid earnest money. I had the appraisal done, the home inspection, the surveyor, and the buyer's saying, look, the seller breached. Had we not gone under contract, I wouldn't have spent all this money. And now the seller's not gone through with their part of it. So I want my money back. We're not going after pain and suffering. We're just making the injured party whole again. Consequential damages are damages that should have been foreseen, but they weren't in the contract. So consequential damages could include attorney's fees, if we have to take each other to court for whatever reason to collect remedies or damages. Consequential damages could also be if the buyer's home inspector damages the property and then the buyer terminates, they're still on the hook to fix that, to repair that piece of the property, whatever the home inspector damaged. Those could be consequential. And then specific performance is a remedy in the event of seller breach. And I always, what helps me when I look at specific performance is I see the word perform. So the buyer can go after the seller for specific performance, and if the buyer wins, the judge could make the seller perform as promised per the terms of the contract. Questions on our remedies? Y'all want to hear my horror story? Do you? You have to want to hear it. As a buyer's agent, it was closing day. About 3 hours before settlement, my buyers called me and said, we're not going to buy this house. And I'm a little naive. I know this about myself. I've been around long enough. And I said, oh no, we'll reschedule. When do you want to close? And he said, Julie, we're not buying this house. And I called the listing agent, and she understandably was fit to be tied. 3 hours before settlement, my buyer, y'all, they had a change of heart. I can't make anybody do anything. What am I going to do? Hog tie him and put him in the trunk of my car and drive him to the attorney's office, right? They didn't want to buy. I can't make them buy. And the seller said, or the listing agent said, but all my seller gets is the due diligence and the earnest money. That's correct. Because that's what the contract says. That was a bad day. That was a bad day in real estate. Questions on any of our remedies? We went out, by the way, found them another one, a better one that they loved. So we did get them closed on a property. We just had to get over that. We had to get over that.
How much were they out? Like, did they have a lot down in due diligence or?
I mean, it wasn't a lot, Addie, and I think the listing agent was kicking herself for not negotiating more. It really wasn't a lot. I can't remember specifics, but I mean, it was like $1,500 for both or something like that. It wasn't the seller's market. It was before then, but it really, really wasn't a lot. I said, we're not coming today. What do you mean? You know? Bad day. Then pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and move on, you know? Onward we go. All right, here's another one. A, B, C, or D. I think we're all in. So if a broker receives multiple offers on a listing, the broker must present everything you have in your hand all at the same time. We cannot favor one offer over another. Even if you stand to make more money, if your firm stands to make more money, remember, it's not about me, it's about them. Question comes in, can we discuss all offers with sellers, with clients? I don't know about the can we, but we must. We have to present the offers and we have to talk to the sellers about the terms of the offers. Think about it, you guys. Y'all just met the 17-page offer to purchase and contract this week. Was it a little overwhelming? It's okay. I was overwhelmed the first time I saw it. I was overwhelmed the second and third time I saw it. So imagine a seller seeing a 17-page offer to purchase and contract, plus applicable addenda, plus the ARPOs, plus the MOG, right? We could be up to 20, 30-page offer, and they're getting multiple of those. I'm not just going to hand them to and say, here you go, guys, figure out what you want to do and let me know. It's our job to help them sort through and discuss those terms, help them decide which is the best offer for them. And that was my last question, Howard. That's the last one this time. Yep. So you're all set. This crazy multiple offer sellers market, one thing that came out of it that I saw a lot of agents do and that I really liked actually, you know, we still have to present the offers, which means we have to give them, we have to email them or sit down with them at the kitchen table and go over, we have to give them to them. And in addition to presenting them, what a lot of agents were doing was like creating an Excel spreadsheet and having like the terms. So it's like purchase price, due diligence, earnest money, and the dates. then having like offer 1, offer 2, offer 3, offer 4, so they could see a nice side by side comparison. I mean, it's not always about the best purchase price, right? What's the preferred closing date, the seller's preferred closing date? How much in due diligence and earnest money are we talking about? If it's a multiple offer situation, the less attractive offer is the one where buyer's asking for lots of closing costs and a home warranty and all the personal property. That offer doesn't look as good as some of the other ones. So it's all those blanks we fill in, things to take into consideration and discussing with our sellers to help them choose the best offer, whatever best for them. Any questions on multiple offers? All right, I'm going to stop sharing this for 1 second. And what I'm doing is getting us set up to look at CD number 4 with solutions. So if you guys had a chance to look at it, this is the time to pull it out. And I'm going to get myself set up here so we can go through that.
Miss Julie,
Yes.
real quick with the CD number 4, did you change the input on the answers?
No.
Oh, okay, because I went back in just to check my answers and compare them again, and it looked like the information was different.
Well, that's weird. I didn't. I don't know if anybody else did. I don't know why they would, but no, I didn't. I didn't touch it. Let's see what we got here. Got me all paranoid now, Howard. Let me make sure my numbers line up. 465, 800. Okay. Okay. All right. Now I gotta find you guys. I don't know what I did with you. There you are. All right. CD number 4. First off, let's make sure we're all in the same place. So section 4, online learning system. And we are CD number 4 with solutions. Now, Howard, there's another CD, extra CD number 4. So make sure we're looking at the right. We were looking at the CD number 4 with solution links.
I think that's what I did. I was looking at one or the other, and
Good.
I entered everything in, and now I went back to the problem that we have today, and I saw it was that confusion.
So I don't have to call Lane during break and say what's going on with the online learning system.
Yeah, you don't have to
I
do that.
would.
Yes, ma'am, but I got it straight now. Okay.
Perfect. Perfect.
You ready to review it now?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right. All right, so we got the solutions. We got it worked out here, trying to see everything all on my little screen. I know, so I appreciate you guys. Can we see the CD? Okay, I'm not going to worry about that paid by others column because we don't really need that. The big columns I care about, because your test cares about, are the borrower paid at closing and the seller paid at closing. So those are the two that you're going to be tested on for Jay. we have CD number 4. Take just a second when you guys start your exams and just kind of read, because it's telling you that we're going to prorate things. We're using a 365-day year. Don't round off your figures. You know, they say go out at least 3 decimal places. So just take a second and read the kind of introduction before you begin your exam. By the way, your exam, this is 4 questions. Have you guys taken an exam on class marker before? Carolina School of Real Estate, you're familiar with class marker. Awesome. If you haven't, look at that email from Lane, and there's a tutorial for class marker. There's a video that shows you how to navigate the system. And if you're not familiar with class marker, I suggest that you look at that before Saturday morning, because it shows you how to go back and next and how to bookmark and that kind of thing. So it's in that email from Lane, the one that you click on the Zoom link to come into this class, and it's a tutorial on class marker. Class marker gives you a question per screen. So when you get to the closing disclosure, it's 4 questions, which means you're going to see the whole CD 4 times. You're going to see it on numbers 37, 38, 39, and 40. My suggestion to you, when you get to number 37, just work the whole thing and then answer 37, 38, 39, and 40. Everybody with me? You see it on all 4. It's the same information on all 4, but don't try to answer it until you've worked the whole thing. Bookmarking is important. I agree. Seriously, you guys, you can use the test to your advantage. If you read a question and you say, I have no idea, I've never seen this before, bookmark it. And it might be a future question, trigger something. So use the test to your advantage. 6 math problems, 4 are on the CD. The 6 math problems are at the end. So there are 40, 37, 40, 39, 38, 37, 36. There are 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40. So answer everything else before you tackle the math. Because the 6 math problems will take you the longest. But yeah, feel free to navigate the system next. And when you're at the very end, the tutorial will show you that there's a link that you click on that says show all answers. And it's going to show you number 1, number 2, number 3. And you need it to say answered next to all 40 of those questions. If any one of them say unanswered, then go back and put something in before you hit submit. Yeah, peppermint's good. Peppermint's calming. So whatever you guys need to, I'm fine, you know, snacks, gum, drinks. We're going to talk about all that, but I'm fine with you guys bringing within reason whatever you need to, you know, get you through the test. So we'll talk about that, rules and expectations. All right. Here we go. And I got all kinds of Zoom toolbars I got to get out of the way. Okay. I have a sales price of $465,800. What am I doing? Anybody, what am I doing with the sales price?
K and M.
So we're going to go, Gwen says, let's go to page 2. And on page 2, we're going to put it in K, which is a debit to the buyer. And we're also going to put it in M, as in Mary, which is a credit to the seller. By the way, stop right now and do your C's and D's. K is D, L is C, M is C, N is D. C's and D's. Do this first once you start your test, once you start the test. So the sales price, we have debit the buyer, credit the seller, and K and M. It takes us 17 pages of the offer to purchase and contract say the buyer is going to pay the seller. And in CD verbiage, that shakes out to debit the buyer, credit the seller. We're going to go to closing on May 19th. I just a personal preference, but I like write the closing date on the top of both sides of my paper because I know I'm going to have to refer to that date. And if you're cutting it close on time, that could save you some precious test time. So consider having that date written down somewhere where it's available to you. Then we got an earnest money deposit of $5,000. What happens to the earnest money deposit? Always.
Credit to the buyer.
Credit the buyer. Specifically under L, L1 says deposit. If you don't like that, anywhere in L, you can write EMD, earnest money deposit, whatever you like. I don't care. Just get it in L. L is in Larry. We also have a due diligence fee of $1,500. We know that's a credit to the buyer because we told our buyer that when we went under contract, right? The earnest money and the due diligence will be credited back to you at settlement. So I got L as in Larry, due diligence fee of $1,500. Am I going to do anything else with the due diligence fee?
Debit the seller.
We are also going to debit the seller, and N is in Nancy, N7. Due diligence is at settlement is a credit the buyer, debit the seller. L and N, Larry and Nancy. Then we got financing. Your buyer's getting a loan of $419,220. What do we call the loan on the day of settlement? How's that work for the buyer?
Credit.
The loan amount on the day of settlement, credit the buyer in L2. The lender is bringing that money on behalf of the borrower at closing. The lender's bringing you the money today so you can purchase the property. You will spend the next 30 years paying them back. So let's see. Loan amount at 5.25%. We'll need that in just a second. I got a 1% loan origination fee. And then the seller has agreed to pay the half a loan discount point. So that's one of those funny little things that we talked about that was on this problem the other day. So let me pull up my whiteboard and let's first figure out these amounts. The buyer owes the lender loan origination, discount point, application fee, interim interest. Any of the lender's charges are between the lender and the borrower. So the first thing we need to figure out is how much the buyer owes the lender for these charges. All lender fees are of the loan amount because that's the lender's money. So we have our loan amount of $419,220. And we had a 1% loan origination fee. So 1% of the loan is $4,192.20. And this is my loan origination fee. So 1% of the loan is what this lender is charging their buyer to originate the loan. Costs money, there's manpower. They got to pay overhead, pay for office space. They have bills to pay too, right? So that origination fee goes towards the lender's expenses of originating the loan, processing the loan. Then there's also a half of a discount point, which will also be of the loan amount. So again, our loan amount, is that right? 419. Yeah, 419,220. And this lender is just charging the buyer half of a point. So 419,000 times 0.5% means discount point. Buyer owes their lender 0.5% discount point, $2,096.10. Questions on the figures before we go back to the CD? Everybody good on how I got these amounts? Can I erase? Pink? Anybody have it? The lender, I'm sorry, the buyer owes their lender origination charges on page 1 under A. So we can see that half a discount point is in A1, borrower paid at closing. That 1% loan origination fee is on A2, borrower paid at closing. So far, nothing has changed. This is how it always shakes out. The buyer pays their lender fees. But then the problem threw us a curveball, didn't it? The seller has agreed to pay that discount point. But guys, always remember, the lender doesn't have a relationship with the seller. The lender can't collect with the seller, from the seller, because they have nothing in writing, they have no communication, they have no agreement. So the buyer's got to pay their lender that half a discount point, and then as a separate negotiation between buyer and seller, in a sense, seller has agreed to reimburse the buyer for that discount point. So we have a debit the buyer on page 1. Then we're going to go back to page 2. And we're going to have debit the buyer. And it looks like this problem did a write-in, which I'm fine with. I actually like that because sometimes it's easier to see. So I got credit the buyer. Did I say debit? I'm sorry. Credit the buyer, L1 for that half a discount point, and debit the seller, N11 for that half of a discount point. So you can write that in.
Where does it say that the buyer's paying half a discount point? Or just because
Well,
it says seller has agreed to pay half?
Because the sellers agreed to pay that to the buyer, but the buyer owes that to the lender because that's a loan fee. And this is the buyer's loan. So it's their charge.
But could the buyer pay more than a discount? Like, so how do we know the buyer's not paying for 2 discount points?
Because the problem doesn't tell us that. All we know is there's only half a discount point, and the sellers agreed to pay that. But the seller can't pay the lender.
Okay.
So we're going to have the buyer pay the lender on A1. And then we have the seller reimbursing the buyer in L and N. So what we just did, this is like Larissa's alley. We did a debit the buyer and then a credit the buyer. And then we did a debit the seller. What cancels out a debit? A credit. So how much is this buyer paying in discount points? 0. So we have the seller paying. It's just how it has to shake out. Again, the lender cannot collect from the seller. They're going to call the seller and say, you owe me a half a discount point. The seller's going to say, who are you? You're not my lender. I never signed anything with you. I don't owe you any money. So the fact that the seller's paying it was a separate negotiation between buyer and seller. Questions on situations where the seller agrees to pay any of the buyer's loan? Could be loan origination fee, could be discount point. Can I erase the pink? Then we have the other little funny thing. Let's see. We'll come back down here. We have our brokerage commission, 5.5% of the sales price. Stop and figure out the total commission. We know how much the total commission is at this point. Total commission is 5.5% of the sales price. So we take our purchase price, 465,800 times 5.5%. And that is how much we expect to get paid for our brokerage commission, 25,619. Questions on how I got 5.5% or why I got 5.5% of the sales price? Then we have the funny little thing. It says, note, at closing, the listing firm will retain the earnest money as part of the brokerage fee. So this is the situation that the listing firm, real estate firm, is acting as the escrow agent, and they are holding the earnest money. The attorney has to account for all monies at settlement. So either the firm writes a check and has the agent deliver it to the attorney, or what we're doing now is the firm retains the earnest money as part of the brokerage fee, which means that $5,000 earnest money is never leaving the listing firm. It's going to stay put. So when you go pick up your check for closing from the attorney's office, you're not picking up a check for $25,619. You're picking up a check for the full amount of commission minus the earnest money deposit. Our checks, because we're third parties, our checks are in H on page 1. Seller paid at closing $20,619. Yeah. Everything on page 1 is a debit to third parties. It's so funny for us to think about ourselves as third parties. That doesn't sit right with us, right? I don't like that. I'm not a third party. But in this transaction, I am, because I'm not the buyer or the seller. So we too are third parties. So what is on page 1 under H? When you go back to the attorney's office after settlement and pick up your check, the amount of the check will be $20,619. Because remember, $5,000 is already there. So you take that check for $20,619. The firm moves that $5,000 from their earnest money, from their escrow account to their operating account. And now the firm has collected the full commission, $25,619, to pay their expenses, pay me and you, etc. The amount of the check goes on page 1. Don't we have a listing agreement that contractually obligates the seller to pay us $25,619? And so far, the seller's only paid the $20,619. So we got to go to page 2, under N as in Nancy. And this one again writes it out, which I'm fine with. I actually like that. Anywhere under N, the rest of the commission debit the seller. Now the seller's paid $20,619 on page 1. They've paid $5,000 on page 2. So all total, they've paid the 5.5% of the sales price. Questions? Can I raise the pink? Let's see, where are we? Then we got, make that go away. Then we got the seller's loan payoff. This is what they owe their lender. As of the date of settlement, it'll be calculated to the penny. Seller's loan payoff is written out for us, and N is in Nancy. N4 is payoff of the first mortgage. We have a space there for the second mortgage. If we have additional mortgages, we start writing them in. We got to have all those loan payoffs, all those lien payoffs. So N4 is what the seller owes their lender. Homeowners insurance annual premium. The buyer's got to pay for their first year of homeowners insurance at settlement. Insurance is kind of like your car insurance. I make my car insurance payment today and I'm covered for the next 6 months, right? Homeowners insurance. I make that payment today and my home is covered for the first year, for that year. So the buyer's going to pay for the first year at settlement. Homeowners insurance is a third party. So we're going to go back up to page 1. Specifically, we can find that under prepaids. F is in Frank. And it looks like F1. That's the buyer's first year homeowners insurance. This buyer also has private mortgage insurance premium for the first year of $1,485. So we're still in F as in Frank. F2. All lenders are different. Some will charge for the first year. Some will take that amount, divide by 12, and tack it on to your PITI. So again, the problem's got to tell you. This one tells us for the first year, $1,485. So we're going to put that in F as in Frank. PMI, that's money. That's what the borrower owes their lender. It's for conventional loans when that loan to value ratio is 80% or more. The higher the loan to value ratio, the bigger the risk. So the lender will charge insurance, PMI, to the borrower. until that loan to value ratio gets under 80%. And then we got real property taxes, $4,880. Problem tells us that this is unpaid. Do we really need the problem to tell us that taxes have not been paid? Do we? Do we? Zach's saying no. We don't need the problem to tell us that taxes have not been paid. When's closing? May 19th? Is that before September? Have taxes been paid? No possible way. Thank this problem for telling you that. Not all are as kind. Is everybody with me? Anything before September, taxes have not been paid. So I'm going to go back to my whiteboard. And I have, what did I just say? 4,880 is our taxes. You guys drawing it out when you prorate? You find it helpful? I'm such a visual person. So there's our year. And what divides the year is the day of settlement, which is May 19th. Seller owns the front part of the year. Buyer owns the latter part of the year. Taxes are unpaid, which means the buyer will be responsible for the whole amount later in the year. So if the buyer is responsible for the whole year's taxes, the question is, who owes who? Who owes who? What do you guys think?
Debit the seller.
So we're going to say the seller owes the buyer. In CD verbiage, it's a debit the seller, credit the buyer. The seller owes the buyer for the period of time that they own the property, including the day of settlement. Everybody good? Questions on this? The seller owes the buyer for their portion of the taxes. The seller owned the property for 31 days in January, 28 days in February, 31 days in March, 30 days in April, and 19 days in May. How many days did the seller on the property this year? 8 plus 31 plus 30 plus 19. So the seller owned the property for 139 days this year. That's their responsibility for this year's taxes. Then I have my annual tax amount. I divide that by 365 to break that down to daily. So daily taxes are $13.37 every day this year. Taxes are $13.37. The seller gets to pay for 139 of those days. So let me add it up. We get, yeah, that was right. 1,000. 1,858.43, give or take, depending on how you rounded. $1,858.43 is what the seller owes the buyer for their portion of the taxes. I always like to think of settlement, the settlement statement. The parties are finalizing everything between themselves, or they're settling things. So the buyer knows they'll be responsible for these taxes. So they're going to go ahead and collect the seller's portion now at settlement. And what we're saying, you guys, is it's that much less that the buyer has to bring to closing. So they have that, they're ready whenever that tax bill comes due. Questions on this before we go back to the CD? Can I erase the pink?
This one threw me because I kept thinking, well, that February had 31 days. And I was like, why can't I come up with the right number?
You had a leap year, right? I mean, you. So, and Gwen, that's a good point. Thank you. When you guys begin your exam on Saturday, remember, I'm going to put the number of days of each month in the chat for you. So when you get to this math, you don't have to remember how many days are in February. I've got you. So you can just pull up the chat and see how many days are in each month. Can I erase? Everybody good? So back to the CD. We said debit the seller, credit the buyer. So that's going to shake out. Remember, see, now we're doing hamburger. So that's going to shake out as L and N. We just said credit the buyer, debit the seller. So L and N. Specifically, they have it in L12 and L14. Again, I don't care where in L and N you put it. Just make sure we credit the buyer and debit the seller. Then we got some loan escrow deposits, some of these amounts that the lender wants to collect. So they have a little bit of cushion. They can originate the escrow account. And then they have a little bit of cushion. So they have some money to pay these bills on the borrower's behalf. Specifically, this lender wants 8 months of taxes and 2 months of homeowners insurance premium and 2 months of PMI. Don't get excited about this 8 months, you guys. Remember, the buyer is responsible for taxes at the end of the year, and we're not closing until May, which means the lender is going to go ahead and collect January, February, March, April, and part of May. So they start making that payment. They have it in escrow. They're paying a 12th of taxes. At the end of the year, they'll have the money to pay this year's taxes. So they're collecting some money up front. And I say all that to say, if you see 8 months on the test, just go with it because it makes sense. We know what they're doing. So I'm going to pull my whiteboard back out. We got to go back to the problem and find these annual amounts. So it started with 8 months of real property taxes. If I go back to the problem, I find that my real property taxes are $4,000. $880. I see my annual homeowner's insurance is 1,107. And then I see our annual PMI is 1,485. I got this all from the problem. So the only thing I can calculate this on are the numbers that I have. This year's taxes, this year's homeowner's insurance, etc. What we're looking at is an annual amount. And we need to take that annual amount and first break it down to monthly. We do that by dividing by 12. So take the annual amount, divide it by 12, and now you have monthly. And then we just multiply by the number of months the lender wants to collect. So they told us they want 8 months of real property taxes. They want 2 months of homeowners insurance, and they want 2 months of private mortgage insurance. So take just a minute, if you haven't already, and calculate 8 months of real property taxes, 2 months of homeowners insurance, and 2 months of private mortgage insurance. So we take the annual, divide it by monthly, and then times it by the number of months. So how much is 8 months of real property taxes? How much is 2 months homeowners insurance? And how much is 2 months of private mortgage insurance? Eight months of this year's taxes, 2 months of this year's homeowners insurance, 2 months of this month's private mortgage insurance. Questions on how we got the numbers, the amounts? May I erase the pink? So we go back to our problem. All these are going to go under G as in Jenny. G on page 1 are our prepaids. G1 is our homeowner's insurance. G2 is our private mortgage insurance. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, G1, homeowner's insurance. G2 is mortgage insurance. And G3 is property taxes. Borrower paid at closing. Initial escrow payments. G. And again, if you want to put this in X amount per month for so many months, I'm fine with that. But this is what I need for your test. I need the borrower paid at closing. If it helps you to fill all this in, awesome. But what I need is this. Larissa's got to fill it in, doesn't you? Is that the accountant in you? You can't leave it blank. Yeah, if your eye starts twitching because it's blank, fill it in. Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned I'm married to an accountant, so I get it indirectly, you know. Questions on G as in Jenny? Then real quick, I got a credit report fee of $45. It's paid at application. I got an appraisal of 715, again, paid at application. Remember, unless you're told otherwise, the appraisal and the credit report fee are paid outside of closing. If you insist on putting them on the CD because you need a complete CD or your eyes start switching, make sure you get them in the right column. Both of those are under B, but do not put them in borrower paid at closing because your buyer's already paid them. So make sure appraisal fee and credit report fee are paid outside of closing, which means they go in borrower paid before closing column under B, as in boy. You're good? Paid outside of closing. They've already paid it. Let's take a break. Come back. We'll finish this thing up. Welcome back. All right, so we did our POCs, a credit report, and our appraisal. And then we have miscellaneous expenses. We're told charge to closing to the respective parties according to standard practice or as indicated. What is standard practice? Standard practice is that cheat sheet I gave you guys. Standard practice is that who pays for what that you can find in the Julie folder in the online learning system. So first off, we have interim interest. Interim interest is what the borrower owes the lender to get caught up on their interest payments. So first off, if we're going to closing on May 19th, when is this borrower's first mortgage payment due? We're going to closing on May 19th. It's flying through at me on the chat. And I agree. I don't need that big a line. We're going to closing on May 19th. This borrower's first mortgage payment is due July 1st. Because whenever you originate a new loan, you always skip the first. So make sure we're good with that piece first. Of course, you know me, I'm drawing my pictures. So we're going to closing on May 19th. We skip the first, which is June 1st, which means the borrower's first payment will be due July 1st. The reason we skip the first is because your principal and interest payment are the same every month for the life of the loan. And if we charged a mortgage payment on June 1st, we would have your borrower making a full month's principal and interest payment. Is that fair for them to pay principal and interest for the entire month of May? No, because they didn't even buy the house until May 19th. Interest is paid in arrears. What does that mean? Celeste says, it's behind you. It's behind you. So the payment on June 1st, you're paying May's interest. We can't charge them a payment on June 1st. So instead, we let them skip the first. Y'all, when your buyers are buying a new house, tell them they get a month off. They get a free month. They love to hear that. They just bought a house. They really don't get a free month, but tell them that. So they make their first payment on July 1st. When they make that payment on July 1st, it covers June's interest. Interim interest is the borrower getting caught up on their interest payment. The borrower owes the lender interest from the day the loan was originated to the last day of that month. And that gets them caught up on their interest payment. Whenever we count forward on a timeline, it's our highly sophisticated method to make sure we get it right. Count it out on your fingers. We got the 19th, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. I'm getting 13 days left in May, including the day of settlement, because that's the day that the loan was originated. 13 days that the borrower owes interest. So now they are current. Now they are up to date on their interest payment. That's what interim interest is. The borrower is getting caught up on the interest that they owe the lender. Do I have any questions so far? Now to figure out how much, we use our formula of the balance times the interest rate. Gives me annual interest. I divide that by 365 to get daily interest. I don't know if I just spelled anything wrong there because I do math, I don't spell. So if I did, just pretend that it's right. So you take the balance times the interest rate. That gives you annual interest. Annual interest divided by 365 gives us daily interest. On the day of settlement, the balance, over here, is the loan amount. The balance is what the borrower owes their lender. And on the day of settlement, it's the loan amount, the interest rate, and the problem. Back up when we talked about the origination fee and the discount points. Financing at 5.5%. That gives me annual interest. I'm sorry, 5.25%. So that gives me annual interest. $22,009.05. Divide that by 365 to get daily. So annual interest divided by 365 gives us daily interest. Interest is $60.30 a day. The buyer owes their lender for 13 days. So $60.30 times 13 days gives us 783. I think I'm getting 90 now. I round different every time, apparently. 783, now I'm getting 90. So in order for the buyer to get caught up on the interest that they owe their lender, they will pay interim interest, which is calculated from the day of settlement, the day that the loan is originated, to the last day of that month. They've now paid interest through May. June's interest will get paid when they make that first mortgage payment in July. Questions on the days, the amount. Can I erase the pink? Very good. So we go back to our CD. We're on page 1. Under our prepaids, F is in Frank. F3 is prepaid interest, also known as interim interest, because that's what we're doing. We're prepaid interest. Because remember, interest is paid in arrears. So we're paying today for the rest of the month, prepaid interest. F is in Frank, 3. Buyer paid at closing. After interim interest, we got a couple title insurance policies. Got one for the lender for $474 and one for the owner for $85. The buyer will pay both policies at settlement, lenders and theirs. It's the owner's policy because it kicks in once the buyer becomes the owner. So we're talking about the owner, we're covering the current owner. So you're going to pay for it at settlement. And then as soon as that deed changes hands, boom, you're covered under title insurance. So everybody good with that when it says owner's policy, owner title insurance, we're referring to the buyer for when they become the owner. Title insurance is under C as in cat. C3. This problem added them up. It took the 474 and the 85. And we got 559. If you want to separate it, do one for the lender and one for the owner under C, that's fine. Whatever, however you see it. The buyer hires the attorney. So the buyer gets to pay the attorney's fees. Still under C as in cat. C1. Buyer paid at closing $700. Then I got deed preparation and deed recording fee. When the attorney is getting the deed prepared or ready for settlement, it's still the seller's deed. So the seller pays the deed preparation fee, still under C as in cat, C2. But now we're under the seller paid at closing because it is still their deed that's getting ready to go. It's in the buyer's best interest to record their brand new deed. So the buyer pays the deed recording fee. Do we hear the difference in preparation and recording? Seller pays to have it prepared. C2. Buyer pays the deed recording fee and the lender's deed of trust. So I got a $15 deed recording fee and a $24 deed of trust. Recording fees are under E as in Elizabeth. When you add those up, you get $39. Borrower paid at settlement. We got excise tax based on the standard rate. Excise tax is 5/100ths of the purchase price. So what that means is we take our purchase price, 465, 800, and divide it by 500. That gives us 5/100ths of the purchase price, which is $931.60. Here's the trick to excise tax. You're never going to have change. No matter what your change is. If this said $931.06, anytime you have change, we always round up to the nearest whole dollar. So when you divide by 500, if you have change, always round up, nearest whole dollar. So I got excise tax for $932. Who pays excise tax?
The seller.
Debit the seller excise tax. We're back on, or still in E as in Elizabeth. E2, $932. Seller paid at closing. It may not sound too favorable, I don't know. But I always remember the seller pays the excise tax. Because they're going to tax you when you buy it. They tax you when you own it. And when you go to sell it, they get one more opportunity to tax you on that property. And that last opportunity is called excise tax. Wood destroying insects, unless we're told otherwise, the buyer pays that. $220 under C is in cat. They got it in the wrong line, but that's okay. It's still under C is in cat. C4. Or anywhere under C, borrower paid at closing. We got a home warranty to be paid by the seller. There is no standard practice with the home warranty. This is a negotiable item, so the problem has to tell you who's going to pay that. The home warranty is under H is in Heather. H3, seller paid at closing because that's what the problem told me to do. And then each party has a courier fee or usually some kind of wire transfer fee. So the courier fee, the lender has to send the payoff to the seller's mortgage company to pay them off. They have to pay to return the documents back to the buyer's lender. So still under H is in Heather. H4 is the seller's courier fee, $25. H5 is the buyer's courier fee, $25. Back to the test on Saturday. Now that you guys have worked through the whole problem, now we can figure out the answer for 37, 38, 39, and 40. The first question you're going to get on your exam is what is the borrower paid at closing, J? In other words, what is the borrower paid at closing at the bottom of page 1? So we tally everything up on page 1 and we get an amount similar to $14,892.51, again, depending on how you round it. That is the borrower's closing costs. That's what they owe their lender. That is everything that the buyer has to pay to a third party at settlement. So the borrower's J on page 1 is question number 37 on your test. $38 is the seller's J. What are the seller's closing costs? How much do they owe third parties? Questions on page 1. Buyer's J, seller's J.
I just have a quick question and.
Yeah.
When would someone pay prepaid property taxes?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I've always wondered that myself.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. F4. Like,
Yeah.
how you prepaying taxes? That's a great question.
Thank you.
Because it's not like you can go downtown and pay your taxes before they're due. I don't know. And I'm not sure I've ever seen that in the real world. So now that we have these numbers on J, I have everything the buyer owes third parties. I have everything the seller owes third parties. Now we go to page 2. And before you do anything else on page 2, stop. Take the number from the buyer's J and the seller's J and put them where they belong on page 2. The buyer's debits are in K, specifically K3. It's closing costs paid at closing, J. The seller's J goes in N as in Nancy. So that way, when we're looking at page 2 and we talk about K being all of the buyer's debits, that includes everything that they owe third parties on page 1. When we talk about N being all of the seller's debits, that includes everything that they owe third parties from page 1. Before you do anything on page 2, will you guys promise me that you'll take those numbers from J and put them where they go? You know what I see missed most often on the test? You forgot about J. Everybody hear me? Take the numbers from J, put them in K and N. Now that we've done that, we can take our paper and hot dog. Buyers on the left. K is all of their debits. All of their debits, which in this case is the purchase price and what they owe third parties. L is all of their credits. This buyer's got a lot of credits, y'all. Got earnest money deposit, loan amount, due diligence fee, those discount points that the seller paid, the seller's portion of the taxes. We add up K, we add up L. K minus L is question number 39 on your test. How much does your buyer have to bring to closing? And then the last test question you have, again, paper folded hot dog, seller's on the right. All of their credits are M as in Mary. The seller only had one credit, and that's the purchase price. All of the seller's debits are N as in Nancy. So we got their closing costs from page 1, what they owe their first mortgage. There's the due diligence fee, those discount points, the rest of our commission, and their portion of the taxes. Add up all of M, add up all of N, and M minus N tells us how much your seller's going to get, hopefully, from settlement. And that's question number 40. on your test. The bottom of both pages are your test questions. How do we do? Was it better the second time than the first time we did it?
No.
Oh. But you just
When
said
I
you
figured out February only had 28 days, I did pretty good.
That's fair. So if that's the thing you're worried about, I got you. I got you. I'll put those number of days in the chat for you so you guys can prorate. I'll put them in when you guys begin. So when you get to the math, just pull the chat up and you'll have them. Remember, guys, when we prorate, a true proration is a debit to one party and credit to the other. And the best way I know to see prorations is hamburger. Prorations are either going to be K and M, debit the buyer, credit the seller, or L and N, credit the buyer, debit the seller. A true proration is a debit to one party and a credit to the other. It's a shared expense between the two parties. If taxes have not been paid and settlement is after September 1st, I'm going to say that again. Taxes have not been paid and settlement is after September 1st. For our testing purposes, we're not going to prorate. We're going to do a double debit. Not been paid after September 1st, double debit. And in a double debit, the parties aren't paying each other. We're not prorating. Each party is paying their fair share to the taxing authority. The taxing authority is a third party. So a double debit would go under H and we'd have a write-in. I'd have the buyer's portion of their taxes, which would be the day after settlement to the last day of the year. And then I would have the seller's taxes, which would be January 1st to settlement. So we figure out each party's fair share, double debit, and the parties will pay that third party of the taxing authority under H as in Heather. Questions, comments? Six math problems, 40 questions total. You can miss 10. Your six math problems are 4 from the CD and then 2 standalone proration problems.
Can you scroll down to the bottom of page 2 for a second? Thank you.
Of course. Everybody good? I'm around all day tomorrow. I'm available to answer questions. Like I said, if you're working particularly with math, I do really good with pictures. So if you get yourself stuck in a formula or stuck on a closing disclosure, take a picture and send it to me. I'm actually pretty good about helping you get unstuck if I can see where you're stuck. So the visual of me is coming out. Send me a picture. Text, email, whatever you prefer. Yep. Yep. May not get back to you ASAP, but I promise you I will. Might be in the car or something, you know. You guys get stressed out. Y'all had a post, dude. I came out of a meeting. I'm not kidding. I came out of a meeting. I had like emails and texts and missed calls. And, you know, I was like, oh my God, who died? Not only did they blow my phone up, they Googled me and they found my firm. They were calling my sales firm. I got to talk to Julie. I was like, dude. so I say, I may not get back to you immediately, but I promise you, give me a minute. Life's too short, y'all. Can't stress out like that, right? We ready to review? I recommend, hey Howard, I recommend you guys pay attention to the review. I also remind you that we're recording. I also remind you I'm available tomorrow to answer questions. Let's talk about what we can expect to see on Saturday. We've covered a lot. Agree? We've taken a lot of what you learned, that basic information you guys learned in pre, and we've expanded on it. We've given you more real world scenarios and situations. And so now what I like this review, I like that we have the time to do this, but this gives us an opportunity to kind of hone in and focus on what we need to know. We just met each other like a week ago, didn't we? A week and a couple days ago, right? I was gonna say, remember when we met each other? Well, I hope so, because it was like 8 days ago when we met each other. And one of the first things we talked about were those essential elements of a contract. This helps the judge and determine the validity of the contract. So if we take a contract, any sales or any contract to a judge and say, is this thing valid? The judge is going to pick it up and they're going to look for these 5 required ingredients. They need to see that mutual assent, also known as meeting of the minds, also known as offer and acceptance. They need to see that the 2 parties came together and agreed to enter into the contract. The judge needs to see consideration, which is just anything of value. Usually for a sales contract, it's a purchase price, some legal form of consideration, legal capacity of the parties to the contract are the buyers and the sellers. So the legal capacity of the parties, lawful objective, which means the contract's got to be for a legal purpose. You cannot have a legally binding contract for an illegal purpose. And then the statute of frauds jumps in and says, this is all fine and dandy, but we're also going to require it to be in writing. Statute of frauds says any document used to convey property must be in writing, and that does include our sales contract. So talking a little bit more about our mutual assent, meeting of the minds, offer and acceptance. An offer has to be made. The giver of the offer is the offeror. It's considered and it's eventually has to be accepted. The offeror receives the offer, the offeree receives. I'm sorry, the offeror gives the offer. I'm sorry, the offeror gives the offer, the offeree receives it. Anytime an offeree receives an offer, they always have three choices. They can accept it, reject it, or counter it. You hearing that in your sleep yet? Accept it, reject it, or counter it. So in order to have this meeting of the minds, we must have acceptance by the last offeree. Communication of acceptance needs to cross the line and go to the offeror. The person making the offer has got to be told that your offer has been accepted. And when it comes to communicating acceptance, talking to me is just as good as talking to my client. So when the other agent calls me and says, my guys have signed, congratulations, folks. We're under contract. I recommend drawing the line so you can see this meeting of the minds. Walk it back and forth. Start with the offeree, offeror. And remember too, you guys, with a counter offer, the roles reverse. The offeree becomes the offeror becomes the offeree. In this example, the seller is now the offeror, making a brand new offer to the buyer. And the buyer has three choices. The judge is looking for legal capacity of the parties. And if legal capacity of the parties is in question, the judge may take the valid contract, nothing wrong with the contract. They may take the valid contract and make it voidable. Remind me, how many parties can make it voidable? How many parties? Just one. So examples of who is that one party? The minor. The judge can't force the minor to carry through with the terms of the contract. Somebody that's been declared mentally incompetent in fact, but not legally declared, would make it voidable. Or if somebody were intoxicated or under the influence at the time of contract formation, the judge may make the contract voidable. One party is going to the judge and taking the contract to the judge and saying, you can't make me carry through with the terms of this contract. The judge is going to review it. They're going to check it out. They're going to say, you're right. It is voidable. Mistake of fact may also make the contract voidable. Mistake of fact, it's like innocent misrepresentation. There was false information put out there. Both parties thought this was the case. The difference in fraud and mistake of fact is intent. In both cases, wrong information's out there. Mistake of fact, oopsie, I always thought it was this. Fraud, you know and you lie. If we find mistake of fact, that may make the contract voidable. There's only two labels we can give the contract. The contract is either valid or void. A valid contract can become voidable because of one of the parties. A valid contract can become voidable because of one of the parties. If there's a problem with the contract itself, the judge may make it void. And an example of who might make it void is one that's been declared legally incompetent by a court of law. We just saw voidable, mentally incompetent, but no court. So the difference with mental incompetence between void and voidable is whether or not the court's weighed in. If the court's declared an individual mentally incompetent, that could make it void, because the argument is that individual didn't have the legal capacity to enter into the contract to begin with. If the courts have not weighed in, the individual mentally incompetent, the judge may make it voidable. We talked about our UETA, Uniform Electronic Transactions Act. We also have the state level, the NCUETA. This is what regulates our e-commerce, our e-transactions, e-signatures, e-documents. And what the UEA tells us is that your e-signature is legal as long as you agree to those electronic means. So clicking on terms of acceptance from .loop and reading those, one thing you'll read is that your e-signature counts as your legally binding signature. The UETA does require the disclosure of the electronic means. So that's why .loop has the terms and acceptance for us to click on and read. And in the e-world, when we're negotiating an offer, communication of acceptance happens once it hits the recipient's inbox. Not when they open it, but when they receive it. Communication of acceptance hits your inbox. Congratulations, folks. We're under contract. Questions so far? So far, so good? Let's take a break. I think this is our last break. Yep. Almost didn't make it. Welcome back. All right. So the UETA regulates our e-business, e-documents, e-signatures, e-commerce, if you will. Our sales contracts, most of our pre-printed forms come from the North Carolina NC Realtors, formerly called NCAR, now called NC Realtors. I'm trying really hard to get that name changed. And the North Carolina Bar Association. So the forms that we use are created by attorneys. That's our bar association. So they join forces with NCAR. Only realtors can use NC Realtor forms, those forms that rock that realtor are. Do not fall into the trap that NC Realtor forms are the only forms that we're allowed to use. As members, as brokers, we can use any pre-printed form, pre-printed sales contract, as long as it was drafted by an attorney and it meets certain commission rules. Please make a note just for yourself. So many times, agents talk about the real estate commission providing our forms. The real estate commission only gives us the working with real estate agent disclosure, the RPODs, and the MOG. That's all we get from the commission. Working with real estate agent disclosure, RPODs, and MOG. Again, that's just for you because that helps you know where to find the forms. Anything else is going to be found at NC Realtors. About the sales contract, commission says the parties to the contract are the buyers and the sellers. You and I do not belong. Specifically, any mention of our commission for now. We hash out our commission in the agency agreement for now. Stay tuned. We also specifically can't put any attempt to disclaim our liability to protect ourselves. Let's say, for example, your buyer says, "No, I'm not going to waste money on a pest inspection." Are you sure? They're pretty cheap and they can help you find termites. No, I don't want a pest inspection. We don't put that in the contract because that's not part of the agreement between the parties. If your buyer wants to waive or select certain services, that's why they provided us with the professional services disclosure and election form. Then we looked at, in great detail, our offer to purchase and contract standard form 2T. We spent a lot of time defining things. One of the first things we defined are who are the names, who are the parties. So we're going to spell out who is the seller and who is the buyer. We need full legal names of all parties. Don't Mr. and Mrs. them. They are two individual people. If you want to identify the relationship, husband and wife, brother and sister, mother and daughter, if you want to define the relationship, you're welcome to do so. May even help the attorney. But full legal names of all the parties, all the sellers that have to convey and their spouses, and all the buyers that will be on the deed. Two T talks about special assessments. We first defined what a special assessment is. Special assessment is a charge imposed on the property owner for improving the property. Special assessments can come from the HOA. They could also come from the government. Maybe they're going to install street lighting. or hook a whole community up to public sewer. They would impose a special assessment, allow the homeowners to pay some of that cost. Then the contract goes on and defines who's responsible for special assessments. Any special assessments approved prior to settlement are the responsibility of the seller. Special assessments approved after settlement are the responsibility of the buyer. Good rule of thumb: who owns it when it's approved? They are the ones that is responsible for it. Any good legally binding contract has to spell out what happens if the parties don't perform as promised. So 2T tells us if the buyer terminates within their due diligence period, they have exercised their right to terminate. They have exercised what they paid the seller for. So buyer terminates within due diligence, the buyer will get their earnest money back. The seller will keep the due diligence fee. Buyer terminates after the due diligence period for any reason. Now they are in breach. The seller will keep the due diligence fee. The seller will get the earnest money deposit. And the two together are the seller's liquidated damages, which serves as their sole and exclusive remedy. Two T tells us that the seller's big obligation is provide that clear marketable title. That's their biggest responsibility. The buyer hires the attorney to ensure that the seller passes clear marketable title. The attorney's number one responsibility is to make sure their buyer client gets that clear title. And if the attorney finds any issues on the title during their title search, they must get with the seller to address those, clear those up. That's what they owe to their buyer client. Two T also says that the seller has to provide certain disclosures to the buyer, specifically the ARPOs and the MOG. ARPOs and the MOG are seller disclosures, which means the seller completes them. I cannot do it for them. And particularly the ARPOs, this is that mandatory form, which means the seller has to provide it. But caveat emptor says the seller doesn't have to disclose. They have every right in the world to say no representation. Regardless of how the seller completes the ARPOs, we always have a duty to disclose material facts. In 2T, the buyer has to represent that they have or have not received the seller disclosures at the time of the offer. If the buyer has not received the seller disclosures, the contract gives them the right to terminate. And this is one of the times that the buyer will get their earnest money. And in this case, they'll also get their due diligence back. So failure to provide the seller disclosures, that's what it means by a mandatory form. Failure to provide it could be an out for the buyer.
How many days does the seller have to provide it?
It's 3 days after receipt or contract formation, whichever one happens first. An assignment means all the terms stay the same. The only thing that changes is the names of one of the parties. 2T specifically addresses assignments. It says that this contract can be assigned, cannot be assigned without written consent of both parties. So to do an assignment in 2T, we need both parties' written consent. Probably want to get an attorney involved. 2T also tells us if any of the parties pass away, the contract remains in effect. Death is only an out when you're negotiating the offer. Once the contract's been formed, if either of the parties pass away, the contract tells us that those duties and liabilities will pass on to the parties' respective heirs. And if the heirs can't or won't fulfill the terms of the contract, they're in breach. Two T says that seller has to provide reasonable access to the property through closing so the buyer can conduct due diligence. They can verify completion of satisfactory repairs and for them to can do the final walkthrough. The seller can't deny the buyer access to the property to conduct their due diligence or their inspections. And that provision does say that the seller needs to keep existing utilities. So the home inspector can inspect, the fuse box, the water heater. If you cut the power, the home inspector's limited. So the seller's to keep existing utilities, provide existing utilities. If, and you see me stress the word if, the seller agrees to do any repairs, the agreement to do repairs has to be negotiated, agreed upon, in writing, and signed, all while we're still in due diligence. The repairs themselves don't have to be complete until prior to settlement or whatever other arrangements the parties agree to. If the seller agrees to do repairs, the buyer has the right to verify the satisfactory completion of the repairs prior to settlement. Make sure that they were performed, they were done in that good and workmanlike manner. Two T talks about fixtures. As a matter of fact, it gives us a whole fixture list. I think you should look over this fixture list before Saturday morning. So if you want to snap a picture of it. When you're using 2T, these things are considered fixtures. If you're using a different sales contract, the fixture list might look a little bit different. But the definition of fixtures remain the same. Permanently attached in a way that it's meant to be, as I just said, permanent. It's affixed in a way that it's not meant to go anywhere. Pick your house up, turn it upside down, and shake it. If it doesn't come loose, it's a fixture. So we spent well, not all, but a good chunk of our time talking about 2T. This is the sales contract we have available for us that is useful for most resale properties. We also have one for vacant lot and land that's going to be used when the buyer's buying dirt and they do not have immediate plans to build. We have a sales contract for new construction. If the buyer's going to plan to immediately build, or if construction is just started, we can use 800T. Commercial world, you got a sales contract too. Pre-printed sales contract for commercial. If you have a situation or a transaction that doesn't fit any of these situations, then we have to have an attorney draft up a contract for us, for your buyers and sellers. Two T, along with your little cheat sheet, spells out for us who's responsible for paying what. So specifically 2T says the buyer's responsible for paying for all costs associated with their new loan origination fee, discount points, interim interest, all costs are on the buyer. At the buyer's expense, they are to conduct any property investigations or inspections to learn about the property, all on the buyer's expense. Here's our home inspection, survey, pest inspection, radon test, whatever they want. Buyer hires the closing attorney, so they pay attorney's fees. And then if any of the people that the buyer hires, any of their agents or inspectors, damage the property, 2T tells us that the buyer will pay that expense. The responsibility to pay that for that damage is on the buyer. Two T tells us that the seller's responsible for having their deed prepared. And the seller's also responsible for excise taxes. And then often associated with 2T are additional forms, addenda, and amendments. Oh my. Specifically, we mentioned your backup contract addendum, which is used when we're going to present an offer on a property that's already under contract in the hopes to get our buyer in a backup position. If the primary buyer terminates for any reason, that backup buyer upon acceptance will move up to the primary position. We talked about our lead-based paint and lead-based paint hazard addendum. Anything built prior to $1978. Yep. Anything built prior to 1978 requires lead-based paint hazard addendum, seller disclosure, buyer acknowledgement, twofold. We looked at our response to buyer's offer, which is mostly a rejection. The seller is rejecting the buyer's offer using this form. And then we looked at our additional provisions addendum. This is the one that we could put if your buyer wants to put an expiration date on their offer. If the property to be conveyed has a lease and a tenant in place. If we need to test the land for a septic system installation or modification. It has a mobile home on the property. Various additional provisions. This is also the one that we saw the place to put any repairs that your buyer may want to ask the seller for at the time of the offer. Asking for repairs at the time of the offer can be done in the additional provisions addendum. We talked about some situations. If your form doesn't fit this situation, if either party looks at you and says, I want to add my own verbiage, I want to draft my own verbiage. If your client looks at you and asks for legal advice, like, how do I take title? Should I be tenants by the entirety, a joint tenant? Or if we're dealing with alternative land conveyances, the answer to all these is CYA. Buyers and sellers, attorneys. Just last night, we talked about submitting offers to sellers. I think we're good on this. Which offers do we present? Each and every single one of them. And we do so immediately, but in no event later than 3 days from our receipt. Also last night, we talked about multiple offers. We deliver all offers immediately, but in no event later than 3 days. And that does include apply to multiple offers as well. Present what you have in your hand in no particular order. We're not going to favor one offer over the other. I can't share the terms of the offer without the offeror's permission. Remember, the offeror is the giver of the offer. Other agents will call you and ask you, what's the highest priced offer you have in your hand right now? I can't answer that. Just tell your buyer to bring me their best and final. And the fact that we may or may not have multiple offers is not a material fact. I do not have to disclose multiple offers. Whether or not we disclose is up to the seller. We disclose or not with our seller's consent. Earnest money. Buyer puts up some earnest money to show their good faith. That's all earnest money does. It shows the buyer's good faith. It shows that this is a serious buyer. If we're hanging on to the earnest money during negotiations, and we have that earnest money and that offer never becomes a contract, then we need to get it back to the buyer as soon as possible, or destroy it of any manner that they say. You guys can't walk around with somebody else's money. And then the escrow agent has to deposit the earnest money within 3 banking days of receipt or contract formation. Earnest money, yes, earnest money goes in an escrow account, yep. The escrow agent, that impartial third party that hangs on to it for us. Buyer's agents, we talked about some things your buyer should consider doing during their due diligence period. All tests and inspections. Remember, this is their time to learn as much as they can. So any test or inspection, investigation, the contract gives us a whole list of various things. Different situations are going to be different, different applications. This list is not inclusive. So if there are other things that your buyer wants inspected or investigated, then we're going to assist them with that. Please don't ever look at a buyer and say, don't worry about that, you'll be fine. If it's important to them, then it's important to me. So we've been through due diligence. And now we're in this period of time after due diligence, but before settlement. So we're wrapping up things. We're getting things ready for settlement. We've passed due diligence and we're getting ready for closing, settlement. If the real estate firm is holding the earnest money, then we need to figure out how we're going to get it to the attorney. Either the firm writes a check and lets their buyer deliver it, or we just deduct the amount of the earnest money from the commission, as we did in our CD this evening. Closing attorney is going to make final arrangements for title insurance. Title insurance releases the policy based on the attorney's title opinion. So the attorney gives the insurance company their opinion of title, and based on that, title insurance makes arrangements. Closer and closer to settlement, you and I are going to let our buyer know to the penny how much they have to bring to closing after we've reviewed their CD for accuracy, verifying what we can, and then the lender is going to send the loan package to the attorney along with instructions on how they want their loan package handled. After the buyer signs the loan package at settlement, the attorney sends the loan package back to the lender for the final review. And pending the lender's approval of the loan package is when they release the loan amount, when they release the funds. North Carolina is a settlement meeting method, which means we use a settlement agent, also known as our closing attorney. We are an attorney close state. Attorneys come with paralegals, so they're non-lawyers, play very important roles in the transaction. They can tell people where to sign, initial, and date. They cannot draft. That's still the attorney's job. They can't offer legal advice. They can't offer title opinion. And then after the deed records, it's not uncommon that the paralegal or the non-lawyer is dispersing the closing funds. The non-lawyer can cut the checks to the parties that are waiting for closing to get paid. The seller, me and you. So the non-lawyer can disperse funds after closing. The paralegal's an awful lot like us. They can't draft, they can't give legal advice, legal opinion. That's all the attorney's job. Sure, their assistant, paralegal, yep. Let's face it, y'all. I better not say that on recording. Who's doing the work? Dang. They always say, be comfortable with your attorney, but I always said, I want the relationship with the paralegal because that's the one that I'm communicating with. In chapter 14, we spent some time with RESPA. RESPA stands for the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act. When you see RESPA, what I really want you to see is the word settlement. RESPA tells the consumer the cost to close. How much is it going to cost you to settle? RESPA is the R in TRID, and you guys always remember, TRID is a lender law. So if it's a cash buyer, TRID does not apply. If the buyer's getting a loan, then TRID, specifically RESPA, is around. Also, please hear me. RESPA does not apply to all loans. RESPA only applies to residential 1 to 4 family residence lots, mobile homes. RESPA does not apply to 5+ units, commercial, agricultural, industrial. Thus, RESPA does not apply to all. This covers lenders who are making residential loans 1 to 4 units. We talked about 7 different things that RESPA does to protect the consumer. Of those 7 things, to narrow it down, RESPA gives us our escrow account restrictions, how much the lender can collect each month as part of your mortgage payment, 1/12 of the current year's taxes and insurance. The other escrow account restriction that RESPA covers is how much the lender can collect for those escrow account deposit, that cushion at settlement. RESPA prohibits kickbacks and referral fees to or from settlement service providers for recommending services. Settlement service providers are all the people involved in the contract to closing process, including me and you. Brokers, attorneys, lenders, inspectors, we are all settlement service providers. We cannot give or receive thank yous or gifts for recommending services. RESPA did not take away our agent-to-agent referral fees. Agent-to-agent referral fees for sending business. Maybe you're sending your buyer to another part of the state or another part of the country. We can still collect an agent-to-agent referral fee. You just have to have a current active license to get paid. RESPA gives the written estimates of closing costs. We talked about our loan estimate. How many days from loan application does the loan estimate have to come out? Yep, 3. How many days prior to settlement does the borrower have to have their CD? 3. See what they did there? Makes it pretty easy for us, right? So 3 days within loan application, 3 days prior to settlement. Penalties for violating RESPA. Looking at $10,000 per violation. Imprisonment, an injunction is a legal stop. They can stop you from working, stop you from practicing while this is matters being investigated. They could take you to court. And don't think the real estate commission won't get involved with disciplinary action. And then we have TRID, Artilla RESPA Integrated Disclosure. Again, buyer, borrower supposed to receive their loan estimate within 3 days of loan application. TRID is the one that now requires 2 closing disclosures, one for the buyer, one for the seller. Remember, TRID is a consumer protection, and the consumer that we are protecting in this transaction is the buyer, because they are the ones that are originating the loan. Quite frankly, they do not care if the buyer sees the seller's numbers. What they are protecting is the seller from seeing the buyer's numbers. The buyer is the one that we are protecting. And then there's our duty to verify what we can, which is why we went through the fun little exercises of doing full-blown closing disclosures. If you can do them, you can verify them. We know our CD comes out, goes straight to the borrower. 3 days prior to settlement. TRID days don't include Sunday or national holidays. So 3 days prior to settlement. There may be changes from that CD that comes out 3 days prior to settlement. Most changes are not going to require a new 3-day count. There are only 3 changes that would require a new CD and a new 3-day count. An increase in the APR, a change in the loan product, or the addition of a prepayment penalty. The lender has to issue a new CD to the borrower, and then we start our new 3-day count. Any other change will just require a new CD. Earlier tonight, we talked about an installment land contract, which is just like buying a house on layaway. You make payments. When you make the last payment, you get the deed. The buyer's paying the seller in installments. The seller's selling, the buyer's buying, and the seller's acting as the financing device. When that last payment's made, the deed changes hands. With an installment land contract, like we said, the seller keeps title. They keep that deed until that last payment's made, but the buyer has equitable title, which means permission. They have permission to live there. that state chapter kicked in that said the seller has to record that installment land contract within 5 days of execution. We have attorneys involved. CYA means you're calling your attorney. We have attorneys involved, so they know they can help us out, record that agreed upon installment land contract. And then if the buyer defaults, the seller must give them 30 days to cure the default. On day 31, they can take action to have the buyer removed from the property if they're not willing to go. The seller still has title. So once they get the buyer out, they still own it. Do they want to rent it? Do they want to try to sell it again? They can do whatever they want. It's still theirs. Also tonight, we talked about an option to purchase. This is our unilateral contract, which means only one side has to perform. The buyer's not obligated to do anything. Only the seller promises not to sell to anybody else during the option period. So the option period is a designated, agreed upon period of time. 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, whatever the parties agree to. And at the end of the option period, the buyer either buys or they don't. They're under no obligation to buy. If they do agree to buy, we're going to move on into a bilateral contract. Now we have both parties have duties and obligations to each other. Another thing that makes an option so unique, it doesn't just need one form of consideration. Remember, our musts are essential elements. It doesn't need just one form of consideration. It needs two. Purchase price and the option fee are required. Otherwise, you do not have a binding option agreement. So we agree all the times at the time of the terms at the time we enter into the option. If I buy your home at the end of this option period, these are the terms that I'm going to buy them on. Statute of fraud says the option has to be in writing. Connor Act says the option has to be recorded. Again, to prevent the shady seller from selling the property out from underneath the buyer during the option period. Then we talked about your license status. Current license means what? Yep. Howard's got it. What's a current license mean? Yep. You have shown them the money. That's it. All a current license means is that you have paid the renewal fee. Once you've paid the fee, the next question is, are you up to date on your education? If you're up to date on your education, your current license is active. If you're delinquent on your education, it's inactive. If you're a PB without a BIP, you are inactive. Failure to pay the fee means your license is expired. An expired license does not care about education. All an expired license cares about is you did not pay the fee. And then we talked about you guys. Think we're good. 18 months to complete. Several of you are going to be done after Saturday. For those of you that aren't, hang on. Gwen's already celebrating. I love it. For those of you that aren't, please don't let this time get away from you. You will not be granted an extension for post-licensing unless you can prove a hardship. And again, a hardship is not, well, I got busy and I forgot. Not going to cut it.
Question, do you
Yep.
teach 303?
Do I do 303? I don't like 303. Too much law and rule. So Lane lets me do the math. You guys, if you want to be active, you have to be affiliated. You have to have a BIC. You get your first renewal period off of CE. Again, the first time you hit May 15th, you don't have to do CE that year. You get your first year off. And then my Zoom bar is in the way. I can't see what that says. Okay, post-licensing and CE are not the same thing. Post-licensing is for the newly licensed agents. CE is for everybody across the entire state, no matter what your status is. And then we talked about prorations. Prorations are taking a shared expense and making it fair between the parties. The current year's property taxes, HOA dues if applicable, and rent are all prorated. A true proration is a debit to one party and a credit to another. So either debit the buyer, credit the seller, or credit the buyer, debit the seller. In North Carolina, when we prorate, the seller is responsible for the day of settlement. So the seller will pay today's taxes, they will pay today's HOA dues, and they get to keep today's rent, assuming that they've already collected it on the 1st. That's what I got. Closing disclosure. 40 questions. What questions do y'all have for me?
How many days does February have?
See, Gwen, this was a hard year for us because technically this is a leap year, you know? But I said, I'm not rewriting all these questions, all these problems just for this year. No. So unless you're told otherwise, 28.
What time do we have to be on Saturday morning to be ready to
We're going to
test?
talk about that next.
Okay.
I'm going to talk about Saturday morning next. I just want to make sure I don't have any questions. And we are positioned to get out a few minutes early tonight. But we do need to go through the exam. Does everybody have my phone number? Does everybody have my email? Does everybody know you can reach out to me tomorrow if you need to? Well, I do not see everybody's head shaking right now. Does everybody know you can reach out to me tomorrow if you need to? Awesome. Nothing hurts me more than when you guys show up on test day and say, I never really understood that. I'm not a mind reader, y'all. If I was, quite frankly, I wouldn't be here. So let's talk about what to expect on Saturday. The exam is from 9 to 12. which means if at all possible, I need you guys to log in like 5-10 minutes early because I got to do a check-in. I got to make sure that we have a couple things that we're on the same page. I'm getting ready to go over that. I'm good with doing a mass check-in as long as I have everybody on. So if we can, 5-10 minutes early, we may even get started a few minutes for 9, but I really want to get you started at 9 o'clock because for your exam, you get 3 hours. You may not need all 3 hours, but you get 3 hours. You'll use the same Zoom link to come on Saturday morning that you've used to access this class. That email from Lane, that's not going to change. So when we all come on Saturday, mass check-ins have worked of a group this size. I've gotten that nailed down. Any bigger, I wouldn't be able to do it. But I need to see some things Saturday morning. I need to see your basic calculator. So everybody's going to hold up their calculator together. I cannot let you use your phone. Everybody go calculator shopping? Everybody have one? If you don't, go to CVS tomorrow, $5.99. You guys have pen, pencil. I don't need to see it, but no, you can have some kind of writing utensil. You can also have 2 blank pieces of scratch paper. You can have 1 blank CD. I'm going to have everybody hold up their paper front and back and show me that it's blank. Your scratch paper and your CD, you've got to start the exam blank. Once I give you the link for the test, you can do whatever you want to with your paper and CD. But we have to start blank. Everybody good with that? Howard, is that a question?
I thought we was in person Saturday morning.
No, we're on Zoom. Yep. We're going to test on Zoom Saturday morning. We're not all here. Larissa's down at the Outer Banks.
Get me
I do remember you saying that we get to see each other's faces.
Yeah, well, we get to see each other, what we look like on
Oh.
Zoom on Saturday morning.
Can't wait to see what room Howard's in.
So we're gonna log in early, see where Howard's at, right? Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Howard. I meant that we're gonna see each other. We are gonna see each other's faces on Saturday morning, but it's still gonna be through the screen. We'll have to meet at another time. How about that? Let's do a transaction one time together. How about that, y'all? Bring me an offer. Hey, there we go. All right, so I got to see your 2 blank scratch pieces of paper, your 1 blank CD. Is everybody good to print out a blank CD for the exam Saturday morning? I cannot provide you one. If we were in person, I would be handing this to you, but we're not, so I'm not. So everybody's going to bring a blank CD. I'll let you have drink, snacks, cough drop, mints, gums, peppermints, whatever you need. I'm going to encourage you guys to eat a light breakfast Saturday morning so you're not listening to a rumbling tummy the whole test. But I also understand snacks. I get it. I'm a snacky person. So whatever you need, whatever you want, I'm fine with it, y'all. I prefer your books and notebooks to not be near you. Leave them in another room. They don't need to be in the room with you. Just leave them over there somewhere. And then I also want, because I know we're a bunch of real estate agents and I know how we are, and we get obsessed and we get worried about our phones. So what I want is everybody to turn their phone off before the exam. Does that say silent? Because this is what happens. If your phone's on silent, it's sitting next to you and it lights up, what you gonna do? You're gonna distract yourself and go to your phone. So I want it off so it can't distract you. Again, we're a bunch of real estate agents, and I've learned the hard way that many of us don't know how to turn our phone off. So make sure you do that tomorrow. And then when you come to me on Saturday, you're going to hit the button on the side and show me that it doesn't light up. You're going to show me that it is in fact off. As soon as the test is over, you can turn it back on and see what you've missed. But this is the #1 distractor during the test, and I got to take it away from you guys. We can't be on this. Fair enough? Questions on what I need to see, the check-in. And again, as long as we listen, as long as we're all on, We can all do this together. It's a really good time. So we can all do this mass check-in. Everybody looks pretty good. I usually don't like virtual backgrounds. Rebecca, I think you got a blur on. So I may ask you to turn that off. Maybe Addie too. Zach, yeah. Whatever you guys have, I just need you to turn it off because I need to make sure there's nobody behind you telling you the answer is B. So I need to see what's going on behind you. If you need to clean up your space, it's like you're inviting company over, you know? So if you need to clean up your space, dimly lit spaces again, I just need to, yes, please log on at 8:50 or 8:55 so we can get everybody checked in so we can get started right at 9. When you guys log on, you click on the link in the email that opens Zoom. Once you have Zoom open, I need you to close everything else. Close your email, close all the tabs that you have open. You should only have, when we're checking in, the only program you have open is Zoom. Once we're all checked in, I'll put the link for the exam in the Zoom chat. You click on the link, and now you have 2 programs open. Class Marker for you to take your test, and Zoom for me to watch you. We won't be sharing the screen, so we're going to be like where we're getting ready to go when we say goodbye to each other. And you guys can minimize your Zoom screen and kind of tuck it off to the side so it's not in your way, and then you're just focused on your test. Again, if your emails are up and it tings, it's so easy to say, what was that email? Let me check that real quick. And then you've just distracted yourself. So Zoom and Class Markers, everybody good with this? We need to be closing those tabs on our devices every once in a while anyway, right? So it's a good time to clear all that up. Once the exam begins, I can't have you guys talking to anybody else. I can't have you talking to anybody in the room, anybody in the house. If I see you talking to somebody else in your room, I can only assume you're talking about the test. So once the test begins, I am your only friend. And the only way you can communicate with me is through a direct message. You're not going to unmute yourself and disrupt your peers. So if you need to move from your camera for any reason, do you need a bathroom break? Do you need more scratch paper? Do you need water? Do you need to adjust the temperature? If you need to leave your test for any reason, then you need to communicate with me via Zoom. Is everybody good with this? Bless your heart. Any questions? Again, you guys, and I get sometimes, do we read to ourselves when we're looking at test questions? I've been doing this for 4 years now, and I've learned I can tell the difference of you guys reading a test question to yourself versus talking to somebody in the room. I can see when you're mumbling to yourself versus having a full-blown conversation with somebody in the room. If somebody comes in the room and starts talking to you, I have no other reason to think that you're not talking about that anything but the test. So tell your family to leave you alone Saturday morning. Is everybody good with that? So we get everybody checked in. I put the link to the test in the Zoom chat. You guys click on it, you get started, you put your name and your email. And then you're going to get to a screen that looks like this, only it says 302. And pretty much what this says is that this is a closed book exam. You're not going to have your book or your notes. You're not going to make copies. You're not going to share the information of this exam to anybody. You cannot talk about these tests to other people. And any violation will receive a failing grade for the entire course and be reported to the North Carolina Real Estate Commission for further inquiry. I'm not going to deal with it. Lane's not going to deal with it. We're going to send you straight to the commission and let them deal with it. So you read it, you click on start. Like we said, once I got everybody checked in, I'll put the link in the chat. You click on the link, you're good to go. You get 3 hours. Passing is 75% or better. You hit submit, it says, are you sure? You say yes, and boom, you see your results immediately. You and I will both get an email. But once you see your results, once you finish on Saturday, you're free to go. You don't have to hang out. You don't have to wait for me to dismiss you. Once you see your results, you are free to log out of Zoom and turn your phone back on. When you pass, Lane will submit your information to the Real Estate Commission for completing the course. She'll also send you a certificate. You guys will probably get your certificate from Lane this weekend because she's really good, but the commission won't be back until Monday. So they won't be able to process anything until Monday morning. You guys all know to go into your licensee login after a week or so and make sure that the credit for these classes have posted. So make sure you get credit for the post CE, check your licensee login. If you ever have an issue, you go to the director of the school. So in our case, you would go to Lane, say, I didn't get credit for 302, help me out. And she'll troubleshoot with you. If you don't make a 75% for whatever reason, it's okay. We'll give you a free second chance. Things happen. I get it. Don't beat yourself up. We will get you through it. I think the worst thing about having to retake, you got to spend some one-on-one time with me so I can help you get through it. So if you don't make a 75%, it's okay. I will be in touch Saturday afternoon. We'll arrange our one-on-one time and your retake. How many times in life you get a free second chance, right? So it's okay. We will get you through this. If you do have to take the retake, I don't have a date schedule. That's how much confidence I have in you guys. I think you'll do just fine. But if we do, then we will coordinate the retake. May I offer some tips and tricks, some advice? The number one piece of advice I have for you on Saturday morning is to breathe. If you feel yourself going, I've never seen this before in my entire life, stop, take a big deep breath, close your eyes, sit on your hands if you have to, but give yourself a minute to calm down. Once you breathe, always remember to read. Breathe and read, read and breathe. You guys have figured out by now that every single word in the question, every single word in the answer means something. So slow down and make sure you're reading the question and all answer choices. I'm willing to bet every single one of us are guilty of this. How many of you ever changed a right answer wrong? Stop it. I hope you got it out of your system. You don't feel the urge to do it anymore. Guys, if you read a question and you know it's C, then to your gut. Don't go back and second guess yourself. If you read a question and you don't know the answer, that's the one that you bookmark so you can go back to and spend more time on. Don't change your answers. Make sure you click on See All Answers. You haven't skipped any questions. Everything needs to say answered. Again, class marker tutorial in that email shows you how to navigate the system. Make sure everything says answered. And then just remember your test is timed. I don't want you staring at the clock, but keep half an eye on it just to make sure you're not running out of time. Again, you get 3 hours, which is a lot, but I still don't want y'all running out of time. If we're about 10, 15 minutes left, I usually unmute myself and say, watch your time, just to give you a chance to go in and put in B, something real quick on anything unanswered. So all we have left to do is take the test. Do I have any questions? By the way, this is how we'll all look Saturday morning. So if you want to, like I said, you guys can practice, you can minimize however you minimize a screen. When I minimize Zoom, I just see one person in a box, and then I can just kind of push it off to the side. Are we able to go back to unanswered questions? Yeah, oh yeah, you can navigate back and forth and next, bookmark a question, and then there's a link that says see all questions. They all need to say answered. Watch that tutorial, please. It's a really good one on how class marker works.
Is there any chance you could vet my calculator now? Just
Yeah,
in
sure. What you got, Zach? That's
well,
a fancy calculator.
course it's not gonna. Let me turn this unblur off.
Yeah, I can see from here. That's a fancy calculator.
Yeah.
Do you have anything more basic?
I have a financial calculator for school.
Actually, that one's a little bit better because I don't want you anything that can store formulas,
Sure. Yeah.
you know. So I mean, we'll work with you.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Howard, you're good. I like those big keys. I don't know. Sometimes my big old clunky fingers get in the way. So sometimes big keys help. Look at Addie's calculator. Nice. Celeste, very good. Very, very good. Any questions whatsoever tomorrow? I'm around. Let me help. We'll knock this out Saturday morning. Sound good? Y'all have a good night. We'll see each other Saturday morning. How's that sound?
Thank you. Good night.
Bye. Thank you.